go off camera for just a second, chat. Let me see if we're live in a second. There we go. Hopefully we're live. Let's check on my phone. This is why I keep my phone as a separate entity for my streaming, because it allows me to, since I don't have two screens, it allows me to see the stream at the same time streaming it, so that way I know if something goes wrong. Whoop. Phone spinning in a circle. There we go, we are live, beautiful, okay. Okay, so I've opened up, I got chat up and everything, alright, so I've opened up several things that we can kind of do today. It's probably going to be more video game focused unless a lot of people join. Plus, there's a certain thing we were going to cover, but then I realized, well, the only way we can cover that fully is if we have everyone present for that one, so we'll play that one by ear. Because I can bring that up pretty quick through the link. So, I don't think we will cover that depending on how if everyone joins today, or if this is a busy day, slow day, sideways day, upside down day. Depends on how it goes. Am I in camera still? Yeah, I'm still. We watching the Handy Full Expo? Oh yeah, we could. Oh, I forgot to put that as one of these choices. Ooh, do we do that? No, I don't want to take too much seriousness away from this episode. It depends on what we do. If we get into more seriousness, then we're saving that for another time. But if we, if we don't get seriousness, I have like a couple of game-related stuff, like video game-related stuff that really interests me that I think we're going to do on the channel going forward at some point. Especially one of them, because I didn't know someone finally did it, and I'm like, I've been waiting on this for so long. Which might actually, speaking of certain terribly scary turn-based strategies, looks like me and Fossey are going to have a common pain in our side when it comes to XCOM. So, you'll see in a minute, we'll cover that mainly. Also, Ardnot, did you find the... Oh, I haven't got a chance to look. I haven't, to be fair, other than setting up for the stream, I haven't been able to do much for the channel at all right now. Like, because I've been busy. Right now, my priorities are kind of focusing on trying to get my live-in aid situation taken care of. So I have someone to keep everything going, but and help me out. Otherwise... I will check it out when I can and get it checked, because there's a few plans I want to go forward with, but I'm not sure when to start them. We need to focus on Front Mission soon, and Arc Knight soon, because I think they do need to kind of be replaced with what I'm going to be doing next. So, and that SCP game will go right along with everything, so I'll definitely check it out. Alright, tell me when you want me to send you the Unity Remake SCP, because I have it bookmarked. Oh, nice, okay. Yeah, let's see. This week we're going to be hard focusing. I mean, we might do a little bit of Devil May Cry just because we're already deep into Devil May Cry 3. And the speed at which I'm going now is just absolutely hilarious. And I might have somewhat beefed him up slightly off camera. Maybe, maybe not. So, Dante might be a freight train now, but hey, now that I got Cerberus, I'm guaranteed a triple S in some cases. Even against flying bloodbirds. But I knew it would get like this once I got back to 3. Because this is where I know the most about Devil May Cry, or where my best gameplay comes from. that one could argue Devil May Cry 3 is where, besides Zone of the Enders and a couple other things in my life, was one of the the stepping stones and pinnacles of certain things that came up in my, that came perfectly at the right time for what it was going on in IRL, but at the same time contributed to an inspiration of some of my stories along with my IRL stuff. So 3 was always my favorite. But alright, so I'm thinking let's start off with a small trailer and then we'll go from there. Because we can't watch all of these because these two right here are both over an hour. These 2 tabs right here, the ones are for... One of these is for something special that I do kind of want to do today if we don't go serious. We're probably going to focus on this. And we'll only look at the beginning of this because I'm probably going to play it anyways. But I'll have to see when to throw it in there though. Because it might have to wait till after my first plan that's after Arc Knights and Front Mission. So... But let's start with a simple shooter trailer that really I'm really excited for. Because y'all know I love my boomer shooter, like Doom style inspired shooters. And there's finally one that I never saw coming. And so we're going to check this out first. Even the training zone exists. Somebody really needs to, seriously needs to like... Y'all know what I'm gonna say. If they can do this for the arachnids, then they can do it for something else. Oh, it does look good though. Oh wow. I do like the amount of weapons you get to actually use in this game. And yep, that's what I thought. That sold me right there when they did that. I was like, yep, alright, you know what? I'll take that. Especially in these old Doomy-like graphics. Nice. This is not just free. This is a first step towards citizenship.
Welcome to the Roughnecks. Rico's Roughnecks.
Yeah, I didn't realize they actually got Rico for that.
You know
what, I'm sold.
Next vacation, why not plan to visit Segama Beach?
Oh yeah, there's a demo we're gonna actually be checking out as long as we get some time for it. There's a demo I want to check, not today, but that I want to check out for this. So, but that's the first one I want to check out. That's probably gonna end up on the channel. You see, it's gonna be on PS5. I'm 100% gonna get it on PS5. I'm hoping it's gonna be opening day PS5. The demo's not on PS5 from what I can tell, which kind of makes me sad. If I end up being wrong, I'll do it on there, but because I'm gonna check one more time tonight. But the full game will probably play on PS5. But I'm definitely interested in that game. What happened to the Starship Troopers Helldivers game? It's still going. It's doing pretty okay. I wouldn't say it's doing great, but I also think that that's partially because Helldivers is just so good. I mean, as good as the Starship Troopers game is, it's also, its competitor is Helldivers, because it equally has a Starship Trooper faction. What I mean by this, bugs that you literally fight, so... You know... It's kind of hard for it to compete somewhat. So I don't really blame it for that. It's doing the best it can. I am going to get it eventually just to support it, even if it sadly dies off eventually. I always like to do that for those kind of things, especially alien stuff, even when they don't do great, like Dark Descent. To hope to promote others to try to do a different version or something a little bit better. Like this little Doom Boomer Sugar Starship Troopers game looks really amazing. It's got a more older style graphics, it's going for that more classic feel, but it is clearly encapsulated really, uh, uh, really good like gameplay mechanics and like the way the shooter flows, the open world part of it, and I probably depending on the difficulty maybe determines how many bugs maybe you're dealing with every now and then. So very exciting. So the next thing, even though we're not gonna be able to watch this whole thing because this thing's an hour and a half, as you can see, there's an interesting thing going on with this XCOM 2 logo, isn't there? Something doesn't seem quite right. I'm just gonna skip forward to... We're not gonna watch this whole thing, we're just skipping forward to show gameplay. So, now I don't know if you can pick different factions. I didn't... Actually, does it show that?
And I would like to represent
Specialization, random class generates functional random classes. Commander's choice, limited, okay. Because I know 2 is not as modded, but I still would like to check this out. That's the difficulty. So I don't know if you get to pick or if it's just whatever. Oh, okay, so it's Chaos. Oh, that's interesting. Their flags determine what Chaos faction they're from. That means Zeech is in here. Uh-oh. But at least we play as Chaos, unless there's a way to change that. Which I'll look it up. But this is pretty interesting. I'm just going to kind of skip through because this is someone else's video. Just to kind of show, yep, wow, there's a corn marine. Alright, sure, well, that, name is Connor Lawson. But, yeah, okay, so let's see, what we got, is this him showing, I do like they actually get the weapons, or at least so far from what I can tell. Maybe that's just for the promotion later on, don't know, when was that? Is that Nurgle? Oh, yep, Nurgle Marine. Oh, there they are. Oh, James would be pleased. There it is. James would be highly pleased. Yep, well, is there by any chance... Oh, didn't expect that. Ooh. That's Vampire Space Marines, by the way. Other than the Blood Angel. Oh, no, there's more Zeech. Who's that? Corn one. Oh no. Oh, that's the actual one. Oh, yep, there it is. There's the Birdman himself. Well, the figure of him. Yeah, okay, see, this is the worst one. This is the one. Yep, this is 100% James. James's faction. They did a great job with this. I kind of like it. The gun doesn't seem to match the character for this one, but maybe there's because this could be a sorcerer. It looks like a sorcerer. So maybe his abilities are his psychic abilities that they represent in a lot of XCOM games. You're gonna tell me there's no purples? Is this guy just not pick Eddie Slaanesh because people just like to hate on the boy Slaanesh? I mean, I guess this could be Slaanesh. Maybe that's who this dragon one is, but it's too blue. Interesting. And then, is there a combat? Yeah, there we go. Come on, skip through.
profession, so Overwatch shots does suppression count as Overwatch?
Oh, I do like that. Wow, they made the animations and the sounds sound good.
25% bonus damage on that. But yeah, we're gonna have you.
Yeah, okay, that's impressive.
You have a great chance of hitting anything.
I mean, the enemy's probably still the chosen. Very rarely will they change the enemy in the mods, but maybe later on they will. I would love a Chaos Marine one. That would be fun. Yep, send in the corn boy. Oh, he's. Oh, oh. Oh, well, the chainsaw didn't have sound. That's kind of sad. Even if there's no animation properly built for it, it's like, I feel like they could have changed the audio clip for the melee right there. Although it looks like they're shooting at guardsmen, so maybe they did change the enemy.
Wait, why did you shoot your pistol?
Oh, they are guardsmen. Well, never mind. Ah, you're fighting guardsmen. This makes me wonder if you're allowed to choose what faction. Like, can I play as the guardsmen? Or, I don't know. That's interesting. Alright, well, I don't want to show too much of that because actually I want to do my research on that. Somebody trying to get a vehicle running. Alright, so do we want, so I guess my next question, because this is the other thing. This is the problem with if not too many people show up, it's going to be kind of hard to have a proper vlog over everything serious, because it's more of a discussion, so we'll have to wait on that if that doesn't come of a thing. But I will say I am thinking about really like checking this out, this mod. It means I'll have to get XCOM 2. I think I do have it on Steam. Let's take a quick look. I don't care about it showing off my library. It doesn't bother me. Most people know it's already in it anyways. It's, American Truck Simulator. So it would be XCOM. It's going to be at the bloody bottom. I do. So, because I have XCOM 2, I could just get the mod for that. And figure out how it works. Don't know if I have the DLC like the Chosen, because I think you need the Chosen DLC. Well, if I don't, I can just get that. But so what do we think? Do we want to learn more about the history of the greatest hero of all of Resident Evil? What do we think, chat? I don't really know. I don't think we should cover any of these other serious topics up here I have. This is a song we can listen to at least. I found another like shout out and basically AI generated like inspiration song of the old days of the Mighty Morphin days. But this time it's not Greenwood Evil. It's when everything was changed. Do I have all the power to choose? Technically, somewhat. Yeah, I guess in this case. I mean, we don't really have much to do with it right now, so until more people join. We can either learn more about the greatest hero of Resident Evil, listen to a song, or figure out something else. You watch some analog horrors? But there's like that last one is like, but well, I mean, I have a couple of them, but I don't think we'd be able to watch too many to really get into it fully. But most of them right now are from a certain dinosaur one, but I've seen a lot of them at this point. But at least until more people join up. Because like I said, the only other option is learn of it in the I'm not gonna play it, but in the side of horror game genre, because obviously something special might be coming around the corner. Is that especially right now it seems to be working out that may still be a thing, that's still gonna happen. So yeah, and you know, it depends on and on of that. We could either do that or okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah, it's Prehistoric Emergence. There's also the forget what the channel's name is called. I'll have to get it again. But I also have a guy that reacts to them. But there's also the one about Muldoon, where it's about Muldoon from Jurassic Park, where it's kind of like an analog horror following his perspective, as he's been a part, as he's like the early years as him as a ranger, based on the books, not the movie, on what he had to deal with in the park early. He knew bad things were coming. What's funny is the movie, now knowing what I know about Muldoon and what he went through in the books, Bro, now I know why the man was really ready to let those Raptors out that day when Alan Grant and them were there. He's like, they'll destroy us all. He wasn't joking. What he went through, one could argue, like, bro probably has PTSD because no one took him seriously. It's like, lots of people complained about the creator of Prehistoric Emergence because he used AI again. Who cares? Disney's gonna use AI. Complain to them too, then. People need to realize AI is here. I'm sorry. It may not be good at everything. I do agree there. I think it does need to have some limits. But, no offense to what we've gotten from other things. We've seen what AI generations of scripts can do, right? As long as the AI got better at the animation. I mean, hold on. Here's one thing I could show. Well, I'd have to put... I don't have it pulled up. See, now I wish I had all those pulled up, but I'd almost have to fill up all these tabs. I have so much stuff. This is why we took too long to do a vlog. It was my fault, by the way, but things have just been kind of crazy. But, there's a Star Wars thing that was based on, I forget the director's name that was... I don't know all the details, so I might butcher this, but it was during the Kathleen time, but, you know, not... But it was trying to separate it from her to fix what the storyline was for Rey, for Luke, and make the story better. Well, someone released an AI-generated video of, in honor of that script, inspired what it would be like. And, bruh, other than some of the lightsaber fighting animations, because you could tell it couldn't quite get the distancing and hitbox and connection kind of timing right. It looked like they were fighting, but you could tell the lightsabers weren't even hitting each other. It's like, but one could argue, though, what's funny is the fight was still better than the one from the movie. So I will say that, but, or at least the new movies. And in just literally, like, maybe, I think, 5 to 10 minutes of a video, it had so much better setup for Kylo Ren, for Rey, for Luke. It made me wish that thing had already existed, and that's what they did. But that's ironically why I think Disney's giving into AI, because they're like, maybe we should think about this. Depends on what they're going to use it for. Just because you're using AI don't mean you're going to be good with it either. Doesn't mean you're going to make it do the right things. Doesn't mean you're going to put it in the right inputs or dictate the right things for it to create the right creation. Because it's not like it can just make this on its own or make it up as it goes. It needs input. So, which is where the human part still comes in. He moved on to actual animation because people were fed up with the AI slop. I think it was kind of fine, but, you know, to each his own, I guess. But I probably wouldn't have given into that because the industry is going to end up kind of proving that somewhat to be kind of a weird argument to begin with. I think anyone who's trying to off-put AI are the ones who are, not that they don't have a reason to totally be, but are probably scared of AI. That's my assumption. So, and like I said, I'm kind of on the fence with because I'm kind of biased towards AI because of my situation being disabled and everything. AI is kind of a huge thing for me because it can help me in so many ways be independent and things like that where I couldn't before. So, you know, kind of biased. But that's why but I also understand where some people are coming from in that way as well. So, it's crazy. Animators are primarily the ones not liking AI and once again, I get it because they're scared that they're going to lose their jobs and lose this, and some of them might, sadly. But here's the thing is, well, stop. How about you don't complain about that and you learn how to use the AI to animate your vision and just jump into the pool. It's not like the AIs are just coming up with this out of nowhere. That's another why I said input. The AI still requires a human hand to be good with, meaning it to know what to send it. Like all these music videos I keep showing, from Skybrow, and even Leaflet made one, and it's like all kinds. It's like AI is definitely happening, bro. It's happening. It's like, now, will it get out of hand in some places? Maybe, possibly, actually, sadly. But I do think it'll settle out at a certain point. I think people are just a little spooked with it. But yeah, alright, back to my brain. Also, there's so many other like rail shooter Resident Evils I sadly did not get to play. I didn't realize it had Leon in it. There's a game that's about him and Krauser's mission. You know Krauser from Resident Evil 4, our rival, the guy who trained with him in that Spec Op unit that he had between 2 and 4. Yeah, there's a game about that, and I never knew that. I wish I had played it. The whole video goes into that. It's only the history of Leon, but it actually proves something I kind of said and prepares for what we're going to talk about in a surprise happening at the end of the month. So, which is why we need to focus on Front Mission and Arc Knights, because we need to start switching gears, because I have a plan for next month to be a little bit scarier. Sure, I normally save this for Halloween, but it's way too far away for October. There'll be plenty of stuff for Halloween, whatever happens around Halloween, so. I'm looking at it as, this just seems to be falling in the right proper place, and this will probably work out better. Which is probably when I'll do the SCP game. I'll also maybe pick up another game that I've been kind of putting off. And then we'll go with that. These are just to kind of fill in the gaps. Don't I have another horror game that we haven't beat? Yeah, I do. But it's on PlayStation. Because I also want ones that we already own to make it easier on us. That we didn't get to finish. I know one. I 100% know one. Ah. Well, we'll be going back to that terrible nightmare. But anyways. Animators don't like the fact that stealing art of others and make up his data library. Well, okay. That's a good point. But it depends on how you're using the AI. Once again, they are true about that. I mean, I guarantee you that's how Bungie did what they did. But, you know, they are right about that. But here's the other thing. It depends on the AI. Like, you can tell it to do that or not. And the reason why you can tell it not to is it can actually auto-generate things based on words, too. Like, if you tell it to generate based on a description, it'll just do that. It is a little more loosey-goosey depending on which one you're using. I've got a bunch of them written down that I want to research and see what we can do for our channel and what's affordable, because you have to pay for them. So, sadly. What was I going to say? Is that it depends on how it's used. Now, once again, that's the gray area. I did mention there's going to be some collateral. But that's because it's a new industry. There needs to be rules set on certain things, like the AI is not allowed to steal already, like, licensed art and this and that. Or even maybe even unlicensed art. Like, maybe it's not allowed to use other people's creations. It's only allowed to use, like, whatever the person using the AI inputs. Because here's what I could do. Here's where my example comes in. Let's say I wanted to do this, but not would offer other people's my own. Let's say I could take a concept I drew or did a 3D model I made in like Unity or 3ds Max or whatever, and took that and moved it over to like an AI generator and said, hey, I want you to take all these characters and generate, like even if just for it to scan them, and generate me a story based around and then you gotta type in your story and then either tell it to be music based or all kinds of stuff. You can do all kinds of things. But I do agree the ones that are just, they're using to just, look on the internet for I think those are the problem. I do agree with that. I do think the ones that are going out and taking other people's arts and using it, that might be slightly a problem. I 100% am on board and agree with that. That might be a problem. But I definitely think that the tool itself, being what it is, a tool, is very helpful. Just needs a bit more guardrails. You see, and I think animators don't use AI for a matter of pride and don't want their art style to be tainted or something, since people think that it discredits it. That's just an older. I hate to put it this way. I'm probably not going to be. This probably isn't going to be a fan favorite opinion, but I think that that's just, to me, that's a bit old fashioned. I'm not saying that you need to all do this. And here's the other argument. If an artist is really, really, really good, and I do mean really good, they're going to get paid for their art anyways, and people are still going to seek them out. But the argument to say, oh, it discredits it, though, in the same fashion, I do think that's a bit of an I think that's just, like I said, I think that comes from a place of more fear, mostly. Not all of them are for that reason, but most people probably in a place of fear of being replaced and them not being able to accept kind of modernization of a tool. Because I think that's the biggest thing. People are looking at AI as a thing instead of what it is. It's a tool. It is a tool. It's not like it's the Terminator or Skynet, even Grok. I mean, Grok's getting kind of close, but I will say, just because Grok has now got, big boy backing, that's all I'll say. But but that overall, like, it's like AI is just a tool. It's just a tool for people to be used, just like a paintbrush, just like a 3ds Max. I mean, or arguably, them saying it like that, then I wonder if those same people would say that my 3D modeling is not art. I bet you they would. I don't mean the type of 3D models I make, because I make different types. Like some for games, some for other things. I haven't made them in years at this point, sadly. That's been a while. It's more my college years. But, like I made like concepts of my characters I wanted to make and things like that. But it's like, I don't know. See, the weirdness about some of these is like, I think they're coming from places where they feel threatened because they're not able to somewhat keep up. And it's like, and I don't know. It's hard to explain that without going into a little bit of hardcore, being a little harsh with it. Because I do think much like, what was it, back in the day, I'm an old man, so I know that this was a thing. Back in the day, they used to say that dial-up internet would be the only internet. That would never have anything faster. Think about that in your mind. And then when it started to not become a thing, there were people saying we're advancing too fast. It comes from the same place. It's not from the same reasonings in this case, because it's not business related as much. Or I guess one could argue maybe it is, because that is kind of was the beginning of the fall of some smaller shops, sadly, depending on the town, because internet shops became a thing. So it's a technological advancement thing. It kind of naturally has to happen. The problem is you can't let emotion decide whether this is good or bad, because if the logic says that overall it's a good thing for everyone, then sadly the everyone wins. But it's a double-edged sword. But I guess we'll watch this Leon thing for now. Since we're kind of having a slow stream today, we might not do this for long. I think we might watch this and maybe end it if no one joins by then. This is kind of my delay tactic for now, just to see if anyone gets on today. Seems like everyone's been busy this week, so not just me. So this might be a slow week as far as getting stuff done. I am gonna stream in the background, but I've got a lot of stuff I'm doing each day. Trying to make sure everything's taken care of for everything that I'm trying to change right now, IRL. But it's getting there, chat. Need to get in there. But if for some reason we don't get to do much today, we'll jump over. And Farzy and Tam seem to be taking time to join. Well, Tam probably he's been on and off and kind of on late, so he might be asleep or tired. Or busy, and Farsi, I know she's been busy lately. She had last couple of streams, she's only been able to drop by and then had to do something else. So, don't know. So if no one really joins, we'll just jump to Devil May Cry after we watch this video. I'm gonna give it about an hour. That way, at least we get a full-length, somewhat vlog, even if it isn't really. We don't really do too much. We'll probably watch this and then maybe watch an ending song, Mighty Morphin level song. That's AI generated as well. And then we'll end it there if no one joins up. If people start to join up, we'll pause the Leon thing, save it for another time, and maybe we'll jump on some other things, some serious, more serious stuff that I want to talk about. Because there is some stuff I wanted to discuss, but something seems like today the filter on YouTube might not be feeding as good today. They also did crash yesterday, by the way. Update for the YouTube side. The YouTube app crashed like completely on PlayStation and on my phone for like, I think it was an hour, 2 hours, something like that. So, well, we're gonna listen to the history of Leon, and you're gonna be quite baffled about something that even I realized, and now it's fed into my chaos brain and gone, uh-oh, that actually makes a lot more sense now than what I'm thinking. Because you're gonna hear, the first thing you're gonna hear is about what he was, what happened in his childhood, and then it's gonna move to the Raccoon City thing. It's also gonna mention a game I also didn't get to play that was, I don't know what game this was, but it was also either a rail shooter or maybe one of the ones with Claire in it that I never got to play. There was a couple of those. There's a police officer that actually saves Leon in his old days, when he's a kid, that kind of inspired him to be a police officer in the first place. But there's a lot of years in between it does not explain. And certain other things, which we'll talk about. Say, me and Farseer concluded YouTube boot. I went to watch regular show. I don't blame you. I found a way to cheat the system on my phone because I found out the home page was broken, but you could go into your history and watch previous videos. I just watched Babish and stuff like that and watched some cooking stuff. And some other videos I didn't get to finish from The Goldman and Decaf Decoy and Legendary and a few other people. As you can tell by my timeline on the right side of suggestions, you can kind of tell what I've been kind of doing last. So, oh, subscriber section worked as well? That was a good way to cheat the system then. I didn't know that one. I would have went there next. Then I could have just went to whatever channel. But, alright, well, let's let this,
Leon Kennedy.
we're going to start this up and let it play for a little bit. So wait, we're going to stop it once he talks about the childhood part and it gets into the Raccoon Police Department part. We're going to pause it and speak of something on this.
This is the entire story of Leon Kennedy, from his first desperate night in Raccoon City, to his intense confrontation with Los Illuminados, all the way to his investigation on Alcatraz Island that turned into a nightmare. His journey is filled with...
Oh, by the way, before we continue, Alcatraz Island was an animation that happened on Netflix. That is apparently actually where he's coming back from. I don't know how many years it's been since that Alcatraz Island incident. Between that and the new Resident Evil. That's all I'll say.
Loss, courage, and the unrelenting struggle against bioterror that completely shaped an era, and it's one that begins right off the bat with tragedy. Leon's earliest years were marked by hardship, growing up in the shadow of a family tied to crime. That legacy ended violently when his entire family was murdered, leaving Leon an orphan before he could ever have the chance to build a normal life. In the aftermath, it was a single act of compassion that kept him from being lost entirely, being a police officer who stepped in and helped him survive. That moment became the
Yeah, I'm
spark
not sure what Resident Evil that's from.
that defined Leon's path forward. From then on, he carried a simple resolve. If one officer could change his life, then he too would dedicate his future to protecting others. And at just 21 years old, Leon graduated from the police academy with that conviction burning inside him. And shortly after, he had successfully landed a job offer at the Raccoon Police Department. But just days before he was meant to start, a mysterious phone call urged him not to report for duty. However, Leon ignored the warning. On the night of September 29, 1998, he drove into Raccoon City and into the collapse of a civilization. His first stop was...
Alright, I'm gonna stop it right there. So, now I'm gonna note something I've spoken on before. Remember the Wesker Children program I keep speaking of, and I keep bringing this up. the Wesker Children program originally is meant to basically create things like Wesker, basically from Spencer. Essentially, it's Spencer's version of what Mother Miranda was doing in the village. But instead of trying to bring back some, like a previous child that Spencer lost, Spencer wanted to basically create his own version of humans. Basically very Wayland kind of mentality. So Spencer created what's called the Wesker Children program, which basically took orphans and experimented on them with the different T cells from different versions of the virus. There's Veronica, there's the G version, there's the eventually Los Plagas hybrid, which that's not until like way later when Wesker creates that himself. But my theory has always been that maybe Leon was in this program. And there's something happening to him in the new Resident Evil, but I need to see Alcatraz, which we're going to watch this together while we're doing this. I've seen most of this except for the Alcatraz part. And I need to know that because I never got to see that animation because I don't have Netflix anymore, so I never got to see that. To see, did he get infected with something there? Or is now what he was a part of in the program finally rearing its ugly head? And what's even more disturbing, the marks on his neck look like Ouroboros. And Ouroboros is what Wesker had. So, I'm like, yeah, okay. That's concerning. So, we'll talk more about that. But yeah, so something I didn't know about, because once again, there's games that cover this and I never got to play them because they were rail shooters. Some of them were rail shooters. Some of them I think were like even portable games and stuff like that, like PSP and stuff like that I never got to play. There's also that one with Claire that's on PlayStation I've yet to do yet. Might even be a part of that one that has Barry in it. But we find out, or I found out watching this, that Leon was an orphan from the get-go. And what does the Wesker Children program take in? Orphans. And it's like, so let's let this continue and say, also, welcome, Foster. I made 4.2 million bucks in infield stocks, Foster. That's all the context. Oh, man.
There's the Mizoil gap.
Alright, so this is where he's gonna meet, I'm gonna streamline this a little bit. This is where he's gonna meet Claire for the first time and see something's wrong.
Station on the outskirts of town.
This is during the Raccoon City incident. Most of this y'all are gonna know because you've seen me stream this entire game from both perspectives. But, just to kind of refresh before it gets into the major stuff. But what I'm really gonna be quiet on is when it shows the rail shooter that covers him and Krauser's mission together. That I never got to play and I wish I had. Especially now.
Crash, Leon stumbled upon a grisly sight, being a zombie devouring a police officer. Forced to flee, he encountered a young woman named Claire Redfield outside. The two escaped in a patrol car.
Oh, also, before I go any further, if you ever want to check this out yourself and see how this video or other videos from this channel too, because they seem to be pretty into the Resident Evil universe just as much as I am, they're called Evil Blitz. So definitely check them out.
Their path was cut short when a tanker exploded in the streets, separating them in the process. After this, each made their own way to the Raccoon Police Department. Inside the station, Leon found chaos. Most of the force was already dead, and the survivors were clinging to life. Among them were Elliot Edward and the gravely wounded Lieutenant Marvin Branagh. Leon attempted to save Elliot during a zombie attack, but the officer was torn apart before his eyes. Marvin briefed Leon on a possible secret passage out of the building, entrusting him with the mission to survive. It was there in the underground tunnels that Leon first faced William Birkin, an Umbrella scientist who had injected himself with the unstable G virus. Mutated beyond recognition, Birkin attacked with monstrous strength, forcing Leon into a brutal fight for survival. Though he brought the creature down, Birkin's body fell into the abyss below, his survival uncertain. As Leon pressed deeper, he crossed paths with
he crossed paths with a spy who lies to him constantly.
She introduced herself as an FBI agent searching for evidence of Umbrella's crimes, and reluctantly, Leon agreed to work with her. Together,
I'm sorry, but I had to do that to Ada.
Encountering Ben
FBI.
Bertolucci, a reporter who had uncovered a conspiracy between Umbrella and the local police force. Before he could even hand over proof, Ben was slaughtered in his cell by Umbrella's tyrant, the Hulking T-00, sent to eliminate any
Mr. X.
witnesses. From that moment, the unrelenting monster stalked Leon through the halls of the RPD
That was
and beyond,
terrible.
standing as a silent executioner with no weakness. Leon and Ada's search carried them into the sewers, where they were then confronted by a massive infected alligator.
Got eaten by
After
that
Leon
once.
dispatched the beast, they continued on, only to be confronted by Annette Birkin, William's wife and a key Umbrella researcher. At this point, Annette clashed with Ada, but did not yet reveal her true identity. The two women fought, and Leon was caught in the middle, injured in the crossfire, but still determined to press forward. Their pursuit eventually led them onto a transport platform, descending into Nest, Umbrella's underground laboratory. During the descent, Leon and Ada found a rare moment of quiet. Exhausted from the horrors above, Leon opened up, and the two shared a brief, intimate kiss as they made their way down to the lab. Once inside Nest, Leon began to explore the sprawling lab, uncovering the depths of Umbrella.
Oh, so if this is his gameplay, I don't know where he got this from, but good on him. Dude got the Magnum. I'm pretty sure I missed this when we tried to redo it.
Research. There he crossed paths once again with William Birkin, now mutated further into something monstrous. Leon fought him deep within the facility, battling against a man consumed by his own creation. And after the brutal encounter, Annette finally revealed the truth. Ada was not an FBI agent at all, but a mercenary working to steal the G-Virus for her own employers. Feeling
Which we all know who that is.
betrayed, Leon confronted Ada. Their partnership collectively.
Gee, I wonder who hired her. Gee. Who hired Ada? I wonder, Jack, who might it be?
Lapsed into anger and heartbreak as he demanded the truth. Ada evaded his questions, torn between her mission and the connection they had formed. The standoff ended when the walkway between her collapsed. Leon lunged in to save her, but she slipped from his grasp, disappearing into the darkness below.
I still assume she grapple hooked out of this, but you know what would be even crazier? Is if Ada really is a clone. Because remember, 6 did touch on that, weirdly enough, that maybe Ada might not be really Ada. That maybe the real one actually died in this situation and fell to her death. But we all know that the crazy blonde man doesn't let anyone die who's useful to him.
As the lab's self-destruct sequence activated, Leon was forced to press on.
We're not talking about
However,
Leon.
His escape
We're talking
route
about
was
somebody
blocked
else
by
who's
one
blonde.
final enemy, being the Tyrant. The creature, now mutated into an even more monstrous form,
He likes
unleashed
to
its
wear
full
crocodile
fury in
skin
a last
jackets and
attempt
wear
to eliminate
shades.
him. In a desperate fight, Leon pushed the weapon to its limits, finally destroying it with a rocket launcher in a cinematic showdown. Only after the Tyrant's fall did Leon reunite with Claire Redfield and young Sherry Birkin at the escape train.
Oh, also something else I never realized about Resident Evil 6. The girl that's with Jake helping him is freaking Sherry grown up. So you could argue maybe Jake, because they're around the same age, right? Jake would be still existing and somehow in these labs, but I still believe if he is, then he's a clone. He's a clone of Wesker. He's not an actual child. Like, it's kind of my assumption towards what could have happened for Nero. That Nero's mother, if she was who I think she was maybe had a child through magical terms. It's not necessarily Virgil did the deed. More that maybe she came in contact with Virgil's energy somewhere, and the demons are weird like that, and, you know. I don't really know what else to put for that one, because until they ever redo that, or if they ever redo that for Devil May Cry, it's kind of hard to say. But for Resident Evil, you could argue 6 could still be canon, but I wonder if they're kind of ignoring it at this point. I won't know until this new one comes out, because there's a lot in this new one. But
The lab, with Sherry's infection halted thanks to the
Wesker definitely saved her. I'm pretty sure he did. But did he save her, like, actually save her? Or did he just bring her back? And it's like he could have done either if you really think about it.
experimental devil vaccine. The three boarded the train.
Oh, did you notice that what the vaccine was called? And I by the way, I forgot this oversight. This is an inspiration from Devil May Cry, which also, I don't think anyone talked about this. I want to touch on that small. Let me rewind and hear what he said of what the vaccine's called.
Sequence activated.
Hold on.
Leon was forced to press on alone. However,
I had to
his
let the.
escape route was
had-
blocked by one
I wish you
final
could skip
enemy,
back a little
being
bit
the
smaller
tyrant.
intervals.
The creature, now mutated into an even more monstrous form, unleashed its full fury
I
in
mean,
a
I don't
last
know why we
attempt
don't
to
have this full
eliminate him.
screen.
In a desperate fight, Leon pushed the weapon to its limits,
Sometimes I
finally
forget,
destroying
Jay.
it with a rocket launcher in a cinematic
So listen to
showdown.
what he says the
Only
vaccine's
after
called.
the tyrant's fall did Leon reunite with Claire Redfield and young Sherry Birkin at the escape train beneath the lab. With Sherry's infection halted thanks to the experimental devil vaccine, the three boarded the train and
Capcom. So tell me, why would you call it that? I don't think that's what it was called originally. I'm gonna say that now. So my brain's like, I wonder if that's a hint towards something in the future. And I still hope that they do. Sorry, I'm gonna get real close, there, chat. I had to move the camera. Camera's in a bad spot. There we go. That's better. So, why would they do that? Like, why would it be called that, right? It wasn't originally called that in the original game. So my brain goes, is that a hint? Not towards anything related to them being in the same universe. That would be something. But I don't think that's a thing. I don't want my mind even to go to that level. But, even though Sherry is wearing a red jacket. No, I'm just kidding. That's hilarious. But anyways, no, all jokes aside, I do think that is, developer-wise, maybe a hint, hopefully. I really hope. I really, really hope. Anyways, continuing on, but back to the Resident Evil thing. Wesker definitely has 100% this kind of power. But now seeing something, once we get to the Alcatraz thing will be the major thing, but we're about to get to my favorite part of this, which is Krauser's
William
part,
in his final form
which you'll
made
see.
one last desperate attack aboard the train, but together Leon and Claire fought back, bringing the nightmare to an end. By dawn on September 30th, the nightmare of Raccoon City was over. The once thriving community had been reduced to ash and silence, erased in an instant by the government's decision to contain the outbreak through total destruction. As the smoke rose, Leon and Claire went their separate ways. Claire pressed on with her mission to find her brother Chris, while Leon focused on protecting Sherry Birkin, who remained fragile after her brush with the G-Virus. The pair didn't get far as military forces stationed outside the city intercepted them almost immediately. Sherry was taken into federal custody, with her infection marking her both as a liability and an invaluable subject of study. Leon, on the other hand, was interrogated. His captor was Adam Benford, a senior intelligence officer with the U.S. government. Benford quickly realized what Leon represented, not just another survivor, but a liability who had seen too much, and a rare asset with skills that the military's own elite had failed to demonstrate. It was then that Leon was presented with an ultimatum. His life and Sherry's safety would be guaranteed only if he agreed to serve. The mission was to join a newly formed covert task force, answerable directly to the president, and dedicate himself to the eradication of Umbrella and the prevention of future biohazard disasters. At that moment, Leon's fate was sealed. The rookie officer who had once dreamed of protecting a city would now become a weapon in service of an entire nation. What followed was a major transformation. Intense training forged Leon into something far removed from the young cop who had stepped into Raccoon City days earlier. He became an expert in close-quarters combat, firearms, and tactical operations, developing the sharp instincts of a field agent. His assignments took him across the globe, investigating Umbrella's networks and dismantling their operations piece by piece. Leon's first major act in this new
Yeah, this is an hour long, so you might want to tell me now what the Warhammer thing is. You said there's a new faction coming. I read it. You said there's been a Warhammer fantasy retcon. GW made with a new faction coming. I mean, fantasy retcon is a little different. Fantasy has a looser story than 40k does. 40k it hurts a lot more when they do that because there's already too much set up. But what's happening to the fantasy side and what faction's coming? They're adding the Tiger Man. The Tiger Man. I mean, maybe they're looking forward to. They're probably trying to expand their fantasy realm so they can sell more models. And I don't blame them on that. Fantasy they probably don't make nowhere near as much money as 40k does. So I can't really hate on them for that one. That could be worse. Tiger Man are no longer Beast Man. Oh, they're called the Tiger Man? Or are they getting rid of the Beast Man? See, I don't know if they'll get rid of the Beastmen. More so, they probably just add a new type of people. They're Beastmen, but not Chaos Beastmen. Oh, okay. Okay. I've always said I wonder if there are versions like this, but okay. I see what they're trying to add. That sounds at least more acceptable than what they've done with 40K in the past. I'm fine. I'm kind of fine with that, to be fair. That way you get an antithesis to the regular or to the normal Chaos Beastmen. Be interested to see how they play, because they're going to be feline, because they're going to be tigers, I assume, with the name. So it's like they're going to be kind of very strong, because tigers are freaking strong, but also pretty fast. That sounds like a faction I'm going to love. It's a faction being added to Warhammer 3. Ooh, they ain't gonna change that. He's gonna be like, not again. Oh man, okay. We'll have to check that out.
Role came just weeks later. In November of 1998, he quietly dispatched a trusted friend, private investigator Ark Thompson, to infiltrate Umbrella Sheena Island facility. This was the beginning of Leon's role not as a survivor, but as an active player in the war against bioterror. Meanwhile, Claire's own search for Chris brought her to Europe, where she was captured at Umbrella's Paris facility and imprisoned on Rockford Island. Even from across the world, Claire turned to Leon for help. She managed to send him an email asking him to contact her brother Chris, and Leon did exactly that. He tracked Chris down, relayed Claire's message, and ensured that a rescue mission was launched. While Leon himself was already occupied with another assignment, his intervention set in motion the chain of events that would bring Chris face to face with his sister once more. By 2002, Umbrella was already crumbling under the weight of its own corruption, yet even as its empire fractured, its shadow stretched across the globe. Leon Kennedy, now a hardened government operative, found himself drawn into one of the darker remnants of that legacy. Intelligence suggested that a former Umbrella
Ooh, that sounds amazing. Think of Damon Esper that can take a hit. Yeah.
Being a man named
That
Javier
sounds dope.
Hidalgo. This man was no ordinary criminal. He was a ruthless drug lord who ruled a vast amount of jungle territory with absolute control, his influence extending so deeply that the local government was powerless to resist. His name was spoken in fear, but now his empire carried a new and unsettling dimension, being Umbrella's fingerprints. Reports hinted at strange incidents in the region, echoes of the horrors that had already consumed Raccoon City. If left unchecked, the result could be another outbreak. Recognizing the danger, U.S. Command dispatched a covert team. Leon was chosen to lead the investigation, but this time he wouldn't be going alone. His partner was Jack Krauser, a Special Forces operative known for his skill and precision on the battlefield. Where Leon brought experience with bioorganic weapons, Krauser brought raw military expertise. Together, they were tasked with infiltrating Hidalgo's stronghold, identifying the Umbrella connection, and neutralizing any threat before it spiraled out of control. However, the South American mission quickly descended into chaos. Leon and Krauser were deployed as a two-man unit, navigating through jungle villages where a T-virus outbreak had already taken hold. Corpses reanimated and entire communities reduced to silence. Yet amid the devastation, they found a single survivor, being a young girl named Manuela. At first, her survival seemed miraculous, but the truth was far darker. Manuela was the daughter of Javier himself, and she carried within her a special virus known as T. Veronica. Javier had infected her deliberately, using the virus not as a weapon, but as a cure, a way to keep his sick daughter alive. As Leon, Krauser, and Manuela pushed deeper into Javier's compound, Leon opened up to his partner. He recounted the horrors of Raccoon City, the night that defined him, and Claire Redfield's own brush with T. Veronica during her imprisonment on Rockford Island. Following this, the mission's climax came when Javier, unwilling to lose control, fused his body with the massive plant infected by the T. Veronica virus. The drug lord became a towering abomination, forcing Leon and Krauser into a desperate battle. In the end, it was Manuela who tipped the scales, channeling the virus within her to strike against her father. Javier was destroyed.
Now, before we continue, are you noticing a trend happening, chat? Rose wasn't the only one. That's all I'm gonna say. Rose definitely was not the only one. I am pretty sure I know what's happening. It's almost like the project repeated itself, right? This is why I think it started with a certain original few characters, but it got made into so much more, and the project kept getting evolved in different places. But you'll notice, like, all of these, like, these children born of different parts of the virus. Like, you have Rose, you have Sherry, you have Manuela, and now we have Miss Ashcroft, I am assuming. Because if it's the missing daughter of the Ashcroft family, 100%. And so, you see a trend here. From how they're described, they get their own legendary lord, and I think the Iron Dragon can also recruit them. Ooh, that's cool. Oh, they're going to be over there. That actually makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Chinese tiger.
And the government took Manuela into custody, both as a survivor and as evidence of Umbrella's lingering crimes. The aftermath fractured the partnership. Krauser sustained a serious injury during the operation, one that ended his military career. He was
You heard that, right, Chad? That's why he hates you, or hates us, not you. Us being when we were playing it all together. That's why he hates us so bad. Because this event essentially screwed Krauser. Krauser essentially lost all of his military career. They wouldn't allow him to serve with that injury anymore. So his only option was Wesker. So he got forced into Wesker's hands. Wesker sent him to Sadler to trick Sadler. And Sadler was a former professor and one of the former branch offs of Umbrella. And that's another thing. I do think that Umbrella did fracture after everything that went down in Raccoon City. Because I don't think... Here's my assumption with, like, the Megamycete thing. There's two assumptions I have here before we continue. Wesker is either a part of the Megamycete and he became Spencer after Spencer died, or he died in the mansion because he does get stabbed by a tyrant in the beginning of RE1, but survives it and comes back miraculously somehow. Or he was always Spencer, and that when he was in the mansion, things went awry he wasn't expecting, because something else must have sabotaged him. Which, in that situation, I'm going to assume that was probably Birkin. So, because Birkin was doing it for his daughter. So,
charged and parted ways with Leon. Later that same year, Leon received word that Krauser had died in an accident. For Leon, it was the quiet end of a partnership cut short, but in the grand scheme of things, it was the beginning of a much more dangerous story, one that would resurface years later when Krauser and Leon's paths collided again under very different circumstances. By 2004, Leon was no longer the rookie who stumbled into Raccoon City's nightmare. Years of covert operations and government training had transformed him into one of America's most trusted operatives. That trust would soon be tested when the unimaginable happened. The president's daughter, Ashley Graham, was abducted. With suspicions of a mole inside the government, Leon was sent alone to Spain, tasked with finding her and bringing her home alive. He arrived in the remote, mountainous region of Valdelobos, accompanied only by two local officers assigned as escorts. When one of the officers, Castano, wandered off into the forest, Leon followed his trail to an old, decrepit hunting lodge. Inside, he discovered signs of violence, as well as the bloody badge of a missing officer. Moments later, he was attacked by a villager who moved with unnatural aggression. Leon fought back, killing the man, only to watch in horror as the corpse twitched back to life, with tendrils of something inhuman writhing from its broken body. The truth of Valdelobos revealed itself quickly. In the village square, Leon witnessed the surviving police officer burned alive in a ritual as the villagers chanted in unison. Before he could intervene, the mob turned on him. Dozens of hostile villagers swarmed, and among them towered a brute with a burlap sack over his head and wielding a chainsaw. Leon barely survived the onslaught, saved only when the sound of the church bell rang out, sending the villagers into a trance as they abandoned the square in eerie silence. Despite the chaos, Leon pressed on. His mission took an unexpected turn when he crossed paths with Luis Serra, a former Umbrella researcher with knowledge of the cult and their parasite Las Plagas. Before Leon could get answers, they were both captured. Chief Torres Mendez personally injected Leon with the parasite, binding his fate to the cult he had come to destroy. Awakening in chains beside Luis, Leon fought to survive once more. The two managed to break free, but trust did not come easily. Leon immediately ordered his support, Ingrid Hunnigan, to run a background check on Luis, as he was uneasy about his ties to Umbrella. His suspicions would linger, but in the days ahead, Luis would prove to be more than just a questionable ally. Leon's investigation led him to Mendez's house, where the chief revealed a disturbing truth. The parasite had already begun to take root inside Leon. Before Mendez could finish him, a bullet fired by a
Because remember, the Las Plagas was supposedly cured, right? Think about that too, because people are like, well, you had Las Plagas. I'm like, yes, but you literally go through the process of getting cured in the game at the end. So unless for some reason that's a lie and it doesn't do anything, it's like, then what is he infected with now and why is it just now surfacing?
Mysterious woman in red managed
Mysterious woman in red. We have no idea who she is. We've never seen this lady before. There's no one in his past that wears red. Who knows?
to save him. Pushing on forward, Leon discovered that Ashley Graham was being held in the village church, but the key to her cell had been deliberately hidden across the lake, forcing him to confront the horrors of Lago. It was there that Leon fought the monstrous Del Lago, a parasite-ravaged creature lurking beneath the waters. He barely escaped with his life, collapsing in his boat as the infection inside him worsened. When he came to, his mission grew more urgent than ever. After battling the towering El Gigante and finally reaching the church, Leon finds Ashley. Their reunion was tense at first, with Ashley being frightened, while Leon...
Especially when you mod the game. The reunion was tense at first, yes. Especially when you've modded everything and make everything look insane.
Wary of the dangers closing in. The two barely escaped the church, only to be forced into a desperate stand inside a remote cabin.
And Leon has no shirt and just has dog ears.
Wave of ganados, holding the horde back until they could finally flee. It was here that Luis's knowledge of the parasite
I forgot what we did to Luis.
connection to the cult, but Leon had no time for mistrust. The weather grounded their extraction, and Mendez himself pursued them through the rain-soaked village. Their final clash came in the slaughterhouse, where Mendez revealed his true monstrous form. Leon fought through the flames, killing the chief in a brutal battle that left the building collapsing around him. Surviving the inferno, Leon and Ashley pressed onward, unaware that their ordeal in the village was only the beginning. Their path leads them to the looming silhouette of a massive medieval fortress. This was the castle of Ramon Salazar, the young castellan who had pledged himself to the cult of Los Illuminados. Behind its walls lay more secrets
we've
of the
seen
parasite
four, so I
and
might
greater
skip this
dangers
one.
than anything they had faced so far. Once inside, Leon and Ashley were
I'm
confronted
just wondering
by
if he's
Salazar
going to cover
himself.
anything I
Small in
forgot.
stature, but consumed by devotion to Sadler, he mocked Leon and demanded Ashley be handed over
I think
to
I'm
fulfill
on, what
the
is this
cult's
next
grand
one after
design
that?
of spreading Las
Yeah, the
Plagas
Harvardale
across the
incident.
world.
Let's skip to that
Leon
one.
refused, and
It'll
after
cut
a
down on
creative
some of the
fashion,
time.
She vanished just as quickly as she appeared.
This
Claiming
part's
the
more
amber
intense.
sample, she offered Leon a ride, but he refused, claiming that this is where they go their separate ways. It was a parting that stung, but Leon had no time to dwell, as the island was collapsing and Ashley was waiting. Together, Leon and Ashley raced through the ruins, escaping on a jet ski as explosions ripped through the stronghold. As the island began to explode behind them, Ashley offered Leon a place in her protection detail, making a lighthearted joke after so much darkness. Leon declined, but smiled all the same. The mission was finally over. Ashley was safe, but for Leon Kennedy, the fight against bioterror was far from finished.
Here we go
In the
now.
years following the fall of Umbrella, the world entered a new era of fear. Bioterrorism was no longer an isolated threat. It had become global. Former Umbrella researchers sold their creations on the black market, and conflicts around the world began to spiral out of control. In an effort to fight back, the US government turned to Will Pharma, a powerful pharmaceutical company, tasking them with producing a T vaccine capable of neutralizing the same virus that destroyed Raccoon City. But as history had already proven, every attempt to contain the truth only created cracks for it to escape. In 2002, loyalists to General Miguel Grande unleashed the T-virus during a civil conflict in India. Though the outbreak was contained, the scars it left behind and the reliance of Will Pharma's vaccine would set the stage for what was to come. By November of 2005, the nightmare surfaced again. Harvardville Airport became ground zero for a coordinated bioterror attack. Panic erupted as passengers turned rabid. A commercial airliner crashed into the terminal, and chaos swept through the entire building. The U.S. military rushed to quarantine the area, while the president himself called on a familiar operative, being Leon Kennedy, as very few men understood the T-virus like he did. Leon led a police rescue team into the heart of the airport, navigating through smoke, fire, and swarms of the infected. Among the survivors was Senator Ron Davis, a politician with close ties to Will Pharma, as well as Claire Redfield, now a member of the humanitarian group TerraSave. Together, they escaped the immediate crisis, but the larger mystery had only begun to unravel. Intelligence from Ingrid Hunnigan revealed a disturbing lead. An apprehended soldier from General Grande's army claimed there would be more attacks unless the government acknowledged its ties to the original virus project. Almost simultaneously, Will Pharma's vaccine trucks were bombed across the country. Suspicion quickly fell on Dr. Curtis Miller, a vocal critic of Will Pharma seen at the airport during the attack. Leon partnered with Angela Miller, Curtis's sister and a member of the Special Response Team. Their search for answers led them first to Curtis's home, only to find it destroyed in flames. Moments later, another explosion tore through Will Pharma's Air Dome laboratory, forcing Leon and Angela to respond. Inside the ruined facility, the nightmare only repeated itself. On the upper floors, Leon discovered Claire alive and unharmed, having barely evaded infection. But the deeper they went, the more horrifying the truth became. Dr. Curtis Miller had chosen a path of no return. Consumed by grief and disillusionment, he infected himself with the Golgotha virus, a rare G-virus strain circulating on the black market. His transformation was immediate. His body twisted and his humanity was completely gone.
Basically,
Now,
Birkin
towering G
2.0.
mutant, Curtis rampaged through the lab, slaughtering an entire Ranger unit before turning his
how
monstrous
weird he
force
looked.
on Angela, instinctively drawn to her as a host. Leon stood between the creature and its prey, guiding Angela through the collapsing corridors and leading her into the underground levels of the facility. Their escape came at a cost of Curtis's life, as containment protocols triggered an explosion that sent him plummeting into the fire below. For a moment, it seemed the nightmare had ended, but the truth was far more complicated. In the aftermath, Hunnigan relayed new intelligence. General Grande's confession revealed that he was nothing more than a courier, transporting samples of the T-virus, the vaccine, and even the G-virus. The real architect of the crisis was not Curtis Miller, but Will Pharma's own Dr. Frederick Downing. Downing had faked his death in the bombing, planning to disappear with stolen virus samples. His past came to light. He had once been a researcher at NEST during the Raccoon City outbreak, escaping with the G-virus and assuming a new identity. For years, he had manipulated events from the shadows, turning both the Indian outbreak and Harvardville into staged crisis, designed to profit from the cycle of infection and cure. Leon, Angela, and Claire tracked him to a handoff location where he was planning to sell the viruses to the highest bidder. There, Downing was finally apprehended and forced to confess. For Angela, it was a bitter closure. For Claire, another reminder that corporations and governments alike would always move to bury the truth. Will Pharma collapsed under the weight of the scandal, but the story didn't end here. Its assets were quietly absorbed by Tricell, a rising pharmaceutical power.
Isn't that convenient? You heard who absorbed that company from inside the universe. Tricell. Where have I had that one before? So see how it's all coming together.
Already tied to Albert Wesker, the torch of bioterror had simply passed to new hands. And for Leon Kennedy, Harvardville was just another chapter in a war with no finish line. He had once again survived, protected his allies, and contained the outbreak. But with every victory came the same grim realization that the threat would only resurface wearing a new face in a new place with even higher stakes.
Once again, now what we know about the Megamycete, that has a whole new meaning. That it'll resurface with a new face.
In 2006, Bioterror Fear was back on American soil. A tour through the
This one's a comic book. This was like I said, there's a few in here that cover the parts that you don't get to see enough, sadly, in a lot of the series, like comic book series. the Netflix adaptation series is in them and stuff like that. I think is that the Alcatraz incident? I think it is Phantasm Conspiracy. Eastern Slav Civil War. Is that 6? Or no, that's something else. Most, let's see. I'm trying to see what part. That's a long one. That's gotta be 6, right? It looks like it, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I think that looks like maybe Sherry. I think that one's 6. Yep, that's 6. That's the Alcatraz incident. The A virus incident. Then the San Francisco one, which was a continuation of the Alcatraz incident. And that's where it ends. Okay. You might have to fast forward some of this.
Killing security guard Monica and turning opening week hype into a crime scene. The device matched a signature that Leon had seen before, so the FBI pulled him in. Leon met 3 key players: Abigail, the museum director, Jamal, head of security, and Detective Joseph. His read was immediate. This bomb wasn't random. It looked built to detonate during the Greco-Roman Antiques launch, but Monica likely triggered it early when she tried to radio Jamal. Even worse, the security system missed the planting entirely. Leon started with personnel. One name instantly flashed red, being Max Storm, a recent transfer recommended by a retired guard, Philip. Leon and Joseph hit Storm's listed address in McKees Rocks and walked into a nightmare. The real Max Storm was packed in a freezer and murdered. An imposter was wearing his life. The fake Max Storm came back mid-surge, shot Joseph in the shoulder, and bolted with an accomplice. Leon pushed a pursuit, but settled for the van's license plate and the next breadcrumbs upstairs, being paperwork tying the spot to Frank Wright. The conspiracy wasn't just inside the museum. There were threads across the city. By morning, the case ripped wide open. At the hospital, Monica suddenly reanimates on the autopsy table. Leon rushed to the morgue, coordinated with local officers, and contained the first zombie outbreak, but not without casualties. With T-virus exposure confirmed, he moved fast. He told Abigail to flag any staff who worked on the night of the bombing and were suddenly out sick. 2 names instantly surfaced, being Jamal and Jose. Leon ordered them to be quarantined and screened, escalated to the CDC, and called for a biohazard sweep of Frank Wright's residence. The message was clear. This wasn't just a bombing. Someone was seeding a T-virus footprint through Pittsburgh, and Leon had his first infected body to prove it. Leon's next stop was Frank Wright's residence, the man tied to the fake Max Storm. Inside, he and the Pittsburgh PD found everything they feared, being chemical residues from bomb making, a city map with Frick Park circled, and a password-protected laptop. It was no longer speculation. Someone had infrastructure, safe houses, and a larger plan already mapped out. But the city wasn't waiting. News hit of a second bombing, this time at the Willie Stargale Community Center, a hub for families and kids. Leon responded with Joseph, who was recovering from his shoulder wound. What they found was worse than fire and rubble. The blast had unleashed a pocket T-virus outbreak. Zombies swarmed responders, and even Rasheen Washington, the center's director, was among the infected. Leon coordinated with Lieutenant Greenwald and a SWAT team, putting down the infected and ordering every exposed civilian to be rushed to the hospital for screening. Once the dust settled, Leon and Greenwald dug into Wright's seized laptop. That's when the ideology behind the carnage finally surfaced. The files referenced the Population Correction Movement, which is a radical group convinced that the world's growth had doomed resources. Articles about birth rates, food shortages, and correction strategies filled the archives, and Leon ultimately connected the dots. The bomb at the museum, the attack at the community center, they weren't random. They were trials by fire, small-scale demonstrations staged to terrify the public and prove a point. And to top it all off, PNC Park was the next likely target, with thousands gathering for a Pirates game that very night. The fight was escalating fast. The Population Correction Movement had a motive, a platform, and a virus to back their threats. And Leon was suddenly racing not just against bombs, but against a manufactured outbreak designed to strike fear into the heart of America. At the hospital, Leon's worst fears played out. Survivors from the bombings, already sick with flu-like symptoms, were under observation. Among them were Jamal and Jose, both linked to the museum staff. Leon urged doctors to treat every case as potential T-virus exposure, demanding hazmat protocols and federal testing. Then came the blow he didn't see coming. Joseph, the detective who had stood beside him since day one, suddenly collapsed into cardiac arrest. He was pronounced dead, only to reanimate minutes later, and ultimately, Leon was forced to put him down himself. As Leon regrouped, more bad news came in. Abigail, the museum director he had trusted, had apparently taken sick leave. Soon after, both she and her husband succumbed to infection. The virus was carving its way through Pittsburgh, and the conspiracy that had birthed it was beginning to surface. At police HQ, Leon and Greenwald watched as Riley Queen, leader of the population correction movement, appeared on a televised broadcast. Queen openly claims responsibility for the bombings, framing them as nothing more than a demonstration of what his group could unleash. He warned the nation to expect more and to fear more. The big break came from Frank Wright, now in ICU from infection. Under strict protocols, Leon interrogated him before the virus claimed his life. Frank confessed that the population correction movement operated out of a cabin in Pennsylvania. Leon wasted no time. He led a SWAT raid on the site. Inside, they eliminated several operatives and cornered Queen himself. Wounded, he was dragged into custody. His promises of population correction silenced for good. In the aftermath, Leon
Something I want to say, the irony in all this. Remember, all of this may seem separated, but think about it from the larger picture of what Wesker truly wanted. Wesker wanted to remake humanity. He wanted to change everything. So one could say each of these little umbrella subcells, or operatives and people like that, were probably manipulated into these little situations in order for him to achieve the ultimate outcome, which would be the eventual like erasure and almost rehashing of it in his image, as they say, or as he said in 5 at the end when you fight him. But I think the new one is going to reveal something big.
Stood above a police press conference, watching the city try to reassure itself. For him, there was no such thing as closure. The T-virus had once again cut through innocence, turning friends, colleagues, and civilians into pawns of bioterror. And after it all, Leon Kennedy's war rolled on, as he was summoned back to Washington with his next assignment already waiting. Shortly after the chaos in Pittsburgh, the United States faced yet another crisis. An unknown hacker had breached confidential White House files, raising fears of an inside mole. President Graham, alongside his closest advisors, launched an internal investigation. 4 agents were selected to lead the inquiry, being Jason, Shen Mei, Patrick, and Leon Kennedy. But as Leon arrived at the White House, the situation collapsed into chaos. The power cut out, and Secret Service scrambled to secure the president. And before anyone could act, the dead began to rise inside the Oval Office. Leon was the first to react, saving Patrick from a zombified press secretary before warning Graham of the outbreak. What followed was a brutal close-quarters fight as zombies spread rapidly through the White House halls. Leon, Jason, and Shen Mei fought side by side, cutting down the infected, while Patrick was ordered to escort Graham to the bunker. Hours later, the building was purged of the threat, but the attack was quietly buried. Officially, the staff had merely, quote, taken leave. Unofficially, Leon knew something larger was in motion. His suspicion only deepened when Claire Redfield appeared in Washington, carrying evidence of a biohazard in Penamstan. The investigation's trail led overseas. Classified files pointed toward a secret bioresearch facility in Shanghai. To uncover the truth, Leon, Jason, and Shen Mei were ordered to infiltrate the site, embarking from Guam aboard a stealth-modified submarine. It was during this voyage that tensions surfaced. Jason spoke of his time in the Penamstan Civil War, framing Raccoon City's nuclear destruction as a necessary evil to protect America. Leon pushed back, still haunted by the Army's cowardly withdrawal during the outbreak, leaving countless civilians to die. The debate was cut short when disaster struck. The submarine violently rocked. Leon rushed to the bridge, finding the crew slaughtered, while Jason and Shen Mei discover the engineers dead, with mutant rats crawling through their corpses. Armed combat was impossible in such close quarters, so Leon sealed the infestation behind heavy hatches. But then the worst came. The submarine self-destruct sequence initiated. Fighting his way past another swarm of infected rats, Leon barely reached the escape craft. Yet, as he climbed aboard, he found himself staring down Shen Mei's pistol. At Jason's command, she lowered it. But it was then that Leon was taken prisoner. Bound and forced to comply, he was dragged into Shanghai as the submarine exploded behind them, realizing that he had been pulled into something deeper than a simple hack or outbreak. Leon was escorted to Shanghai, where Jason and Shen Mei established their safe house. Leon suspected betrayal, believing the two to be aligned with Chinese intelligence, but Jason pushed another angle, a government conspiracy buried in the ashes of Panamstan. The argument turned violent. Gunfire erupted, Jason was wounded, and Shen Mei fled the area. Leon pursued her to her family's mansion outside the city. Inside, he found a grim truth. Her brother Junshi, a soldier from Panamstan's Mad Dogs, had been smuggled home after contracting a horrifying condition known as cannibal disease. Shen Mei had been ordered to abandon him during the war, but refused. For years, she and Jason searched for proof that Secretary Wilson had weaponized the conflict to test bioorganic weapons. Their key evidence lay in a chip implanted in her brother's body, silently recording data since the war. But before Leon could process the weight of it, the mansion was engulfed in a devastating explosion. Junshi, Shen Mei's grandfather, and even her confidant Haoran perished beneath the rubble. Leon dragged Shen Mei from the fire, but the truth was clear. Jason was pulling strings, and his quest for justice was twisting into vengeance. The trail brought Leon, Shen Mei, and Claire back to the U.S., where the conspiracy led to a research facility buried beneath Andrews Air Force Base. President Graham was giving a press conference above ground, unaware of the storm brewing below. Inside the subterranean complex, Leon discovered the full scale of Wilson's operations, finding super soldiers being incubated, experimented on, and then disposed of like trash. Here Jason's facade shattered. He had stopped taking his inhibitor, embracing mutation to prove his point to the world. His body twisted into a towering bioweapon as Wilson himself was bitten and infected during the chaos. As alarms blared, the facility initiated fail-safe protocols, flushing containment tanks into massive vats of acid. Jason, locked in by his own fury, pursued Leon and Shen Mei with monstrous strength. Amid the chaos, Claire was also discovered, kidnapped by Wilson's agents, and left to die as the acid levels rose. Leon abandoned pursuit of Jason to save her, reinforcing the line that defined him: people before politics. The descent into madness climaxed when Leon armed against Jason's rampage. Heavy weapons and desperation brought moments of survival, but Jason proved nearly unstoppable. In one brutal exchange, Jason nearly killed Leon, only for Kennedy to drop the floor beneath them, sending both plummeting toward the acid. Jason clung to the steel framework, half dissolving but still alive, snarling that the world needed to feel true fear. Leon, on the other hand, pulled himself to safety, watching the once proud soldier vanish into the acidic depths. On the surface, Air Force One departed with President Graham secured. Leon reunited with Claire outside the White House, but their conversation carried no comfort. She pressed Leon for the incriminating chip, determined to expose the conspiracy through the press. However, Leon refused, haunted by Jason's warning that unleashing the truth would spread terror, not justice. Claire walked away disappointed, leaving Leon alone with his burden. In the end, the incident was buried like so many before it. Jason was dead, Wilson's crimes obscured, and the truth locked behind classified walls. Leon moved forward, his resolve hardened, but his faith in government eroded even further. Once again, he had saved lives, but at the cost of truth, leaving the cycle of fear and bioterror to continue. In 2011, the world of counter-bioterrorism was changing. President Adam Benford, a trusted friend of Leon, had reorganized operations under the newly established Division of Security Operations. This unit was formed to take the fight directly to bioterror threats, and Leon was among its most trusted agents. That year, reports surfaced from the war-torn Eastern Slav Republic. Rebel forces, locked in a brutal civil war, were allegedly deploying bioorganic weapons against government troops. To most, it was just a rumor, But to Leon, it was a call to action. Though his superiors ordered him to withdraw, Leon refused. His instincts told him something darker was at play. The streets of Holograd, the capital city, were little more than a battlefield. Smoke,
Still here,
gunfire, and the
just
screams of civilians.
just being
painted
the
a
luckiest
picture of a
unlucky
nation
trainer.
collapse. Leon
But you
pressed
haven't. What's
forward,
happened
meeting
over
a
there,
CIA
President?
contact codenamed Scarecrow. But before the man could fully brief him, Lakers descended on their position. Scarecrow was fatally wounded, and with his dying breath, he left Leon only a single cryptic word, being, quote, beekeeper. Not long after, Leon was captured by rebel forces led by Ivan Judovanich, a man who had held the key to the rebel secret. Bound and interrogated, Leon quickly realized Judovanich was gravely ill. The truth became clear. He had willingly exposed himself to a dominant Plaga parasite, granting him control over the liquors, but slowly rotting his body from within.
You heard that, so here's something to show you that the connection isn't just a thing, or just something to be said on the surface. Sealy knows, okay. This is something that the connection... Did you notice it said the Plagos could control the liquors? But the liquors aren't Plagos. They're T-virus. So that shows you that Plagos in itself... Because remember what the leather to Mother Miranda said from Spencer. He said he wanted something more veridic, something more like a parasite. And he said he had thought he had found the origin of it somewhere in the African regions, which is where 5 takes place. But also if you look at some of the regions, if you look at it almost like a parasite that can only live in certain atmospheres or certain regions, if you look at all the regions that Plagos took place in, they're all very kind of tropic, in the middle of very hot areas. Even the Resident Evil 4 lab, that is somewhere over there. I think in Spain. It could be somewhere in Spanish area, Spain. So you notice it's more humid environments. Same thing with this place.
Rather than succumb to the inevitable transformation, Judановich ended his own life, leaving leadership to his lieutenants Alexander and a young fighter known as JD. It was during his time with the rebels that Leon saw the true horror of their methods. Civilians, innocent men and women were being implanted with Plaga parasites, transformed into mindless ganados, and unleashed as weapons of war. JD, who had been tasked with guarding Leon, struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. Leon told him the harsh truth. Those infected could never return to being human. At best, severing the spinal cord could halt the parasite's control, but it was a mercy, not a cure. For JD, it was a brutal revelation. He wanted to believe the rebels were fighting for freedom, but the reality was they were condemning their own people to monstrosity. Through these encounters, JD began to open up about his comrade Buddy, a man whose tragic past defined his every choice. Years earlier, Buddy had been a teacher. When government soldiers mistakenly believed his school to be aiding the rebels, they launched an attack. His students and his fiancée Irina were slaughtered in the crossfire. That trauma led Buddy to embrace the resistance, and to see the Plaga as a weapon that could finally even the odds. For Leon, this was a turning point. He wasn't just facing another outbreak, he was standing in the middle of a war, where grief and vengeance had blurred the lines between freedom fighters and monsters. Leon's investigation eventually led him to the central marketplace, where he hoped to intercept the Plaga shipment meant for the rebels, but instead of finding answers, he found Ada Wong. Their reunion was as tense as it was familiar. Leon struck first, suspecting her involvement in the Plaga trade, but Ada, ever elusive, parried his blows with practiced grace. When he finally recognized her, his questions cut sharper than his knife. Why was she here? Was she responsible for unleashing the parasites into this war zone? Ada only smirked. To her, the Plaga were defective products and not worth her time. She teased Leon about the past, even flirting with the idea of continuing what they left unfinished 6 years prior. But when Leon pressed harder, she slipped away into the chaos, leaving him with more questions than answers.
As always.
Returning to the Rebels' church hideout, Leon found devastation waiting. Most of the fighters had been slaughtered, and JD, the young rebel who had guarded him before, begins to stagger forward. In a pained confession, he admitted he let his guard down only for a moment. the Plaga had claimed him. His body was beginning to turn, the parasite crawling its way through his nervous system. Before the transformation completed, JD pressed Leon to save Buddy. He wanted Leon to reach him before the parasite consumed his friend completely. And then, with trembling hands and his last moments of humanity, JD turned on Buddy, not in hatred, but as a final warning. It was then that Leon had no choice but to put him down. This loss shattered what little hope Buddy had left. Grief turned to fury, and he lashed out at Leon, refusing to surrender the Plaga parasite case. To him, the parasite was still the only way to fight back against the government that had murdered his loved ones. Leon tried to reason with him, telling Buddy that revenge through bioweapons would only lead to more tragedy. But Buddy's refusal hardened into resolve. He would rather gamble his humanity than see his struggle erased. For Leon, it was the same haunting pattern he had seen time and time again. Good people pushed past their breaking point, clinging to monsters in the name of justice. Leon's pursuit of the truth brought him deep beneath the ruined presidential palace, where he uncovered a hidden BOW facility. Here, he crossed paths with Ada once more. She revealed that the Eastern Slav government was mass-producing controlled plagas, parasites designed to enslave soldiers like puppets. Their conversation didn't last long, as the pair were surrounded by heavily armed...
Which, by the way, you heard that, designed to enslave soldiers like puppets. I think this research facility was designing the thing Wesker used to control Jill in Resident Evil 5.
Guards and were confronted by President Svetlana herself. Svetlana exposed her role in orchestrating the Plaga program, wanting it as the nation's last defense in a collapsing civil war. But Leon and Ada weren't her prisoners for long. Ada cut the lights, disappearing into the shadows, while Leon seized the chaos to fight his way free. He even managed to take Svetlana hostage for a moment, demanding to know if she was the codenamed Beekeeper responsible for releasing the parasites. She laughed at his ignorance and revealed her true position as the nation's leader before unleashing her own terrifying reinforcements. Two advanced tyrants stormed into the facility. Their alarms blared as the complex initiated its biohazard purge, and Leon barely escaped the underground chaos alongside Buddy and his pack of lickers. On the surface, the nightmare only escalated. A third tyrant gave chase, forcing Leon and Buddy to improvise a desperate counterattack.
I never saw this movie. That would have been pretty cool. It's because these are basically like refined versions of Nemesis and Mr. X combined together.
Incendiary rounds, and even a liquor sacrifice, they managed to destroy the beast limiter and blow its head apart. But before they could catch their breath, the original two tyrants emerged from the palace ruins, bearing down on them. Leon was nearly spent, his knife the only weapon left. But just as the creatures closed in, American warplanes streaked overhead, erasing the tyrants in a storm of missiles.
I was saying, but no tyrant can hold out against what looks like in this picture an A-10 would.
Intervention revealed the cruelest truth of all. Washington had been watching the entire conflict unfold, treating Leon's struggle as a pawn in a larger game. As Russian and American forces marched into the city, Leon confronted the broken Buddy. His friend begged for death, unwilling to risk turning into another monster. However, Leon refused. He told Buddy that survival carried a heavier burden, to honor those who had died and to live on for their sake. With precision, Leon severed the Plaga's hold on Buddy's spine, freeing him from control without taking his life. In the aftermath, Svetlana resigned her presidency. The Eastern Slav Republic shifted under new power, and Leon was quietly extracted by the U.S. Air Force for medical treatment. Sitting alone in his quarters, glass in hand, Leon reflected on everything he had witnessed. The rebels had gambled their humanity, Svetlana had gambled her nation, and his own government had gambled with him. For Leon, this was more than just another mission. It was a reminder of the endless cycle of betrayal, politics, and bioweapons that define the world he fought to protect.
Which that is something about Resident Evil I do love, because that's kind of what makes Front Mission good, is that it knew how to incorporate enough real-life stuff to make it hit harder.
In June of 2013, Leon found himself once again standing at the center of history. At
Resident Evil 6,
University in Tall Oaks, he was summoned by his longtime friend and ally, President Adam Benford. The two had endured years of political pressure, but Benford believed the time had come to reveal the truth about Raccoon City, about the United States' involvement, the government's ties to Umbrella, and the cost cost of silence. It was a decision that would change the course of global politics forever. However, fate intervened. On the evening of June 29th, just before Benford could give his speech, the campus erupted into chaos. A bioterrorist attack had unleashed a new engineered strain of the C virus, and the man Leon trusted most was among its first victims. As the president convulsed and transformed, Leon was left no choice. In a moment of bitter tragedy, he raised his weapon and put his friend down before he could kill Secret Service agent Helena Harper. Shaken but resolute, Leon followed Helena's lead to Tall Oaks Cathedral. She claimed answers awaited there, though her behavior carried the weight of secrets. Beneath the cathedral, Leon uncovered the shocking truth: an entire bioweapons laboratory hidden in the limestone caverns below. There, Helena confessed her own painful involvement. Her sister Deborah had been abducted under the orders of National Security Advisor Derek C. Simmons, forcing Helena into complicity with the very conspiracy that had just claimed the president's life. The truth hit Leon with brutal clarity. Simmons' shadow cabal, known as the Family, had orchestrated the assassination. Their goal was not terror for its own sake, but control. By studying and weaponizing bioorganic outbreaks, they sought to ensure American dominance in the next era of warfare. President Benford's speech threatened to unravel it all, so Simmons silenced him and sacrificed Tall Oaks in the process. By dawn, the city of 77,000 was firebombed, its evidence erased in a cloud of ash. And yet, even as Leon pieced together Simmons' betrayal, another player emerged. A group calling itself Neo Umbrella publicly claimed responsibility for the Tall Oaks disaster, and soon announced their next strike, being an outbreak in the Chinese city of Langchang. For Leon, the nightmare was only beginning. Leon and Helena refused to run. With Simmons now marked as the architect of the president's death, they went underground. With Hunnigan's help, they faked their own deaths to buy time and booked passage to China, following Simmons' trail to Langchang, where another outbreak was already unfolding. But fate struck again midair. During their fight overseas, a grotesque Lepotisa hatched from its crystalloid cocoon inside the cabin. The parasite spewed viral gas, twisting passengers into ravenous infected. Trapped inside a metal tomb at 30,000 feet, Leon and Helena fought desperately to contain the spreading infection. By the time the cockpit failed, the aircraft was doomed. With no choice left, Leon braced for impact as the plane tore itself apart over the outskirts of Langchang. Crawling from the wreckage, Leon immediately crossed paths with two familiar names. Sherry Birkin, now an adult and a government agent in her own right, stood among the survivors. By her side was Jake Mueller, a mercenary with a mysterious past and a hidden bloodline. Leon was shocked to see Sherry again, no longer the frightened child he once protected beneath Raccoon City. She explained her mission of protecting Jake, whose immunity to the C virus could be the key to stopping the outbreak. Even as their paths converged, their goals overlapped. Simmons was the target for them all, but before they could regroup, the ground shook with the arrival of a monster unlike anything Leon had ever faced. Ustanok, a hulking bioweapon, relentless and inhuman and equipped with a mechanical claw, descended on them with a singular purpose. The four fought side by side, combining their strength against the creature's brute force. Amid fire and wreckage, the battle raged until a collapsing electrical tower crashed down, separating Leon and Helena from Jake and Sherry. In the chaos, Sherry cried out to Leon, telling him she and Jake would pursue Simmons at the Quan Lung building. Leon could only watch as the tower exploded.
Oh, pause, what? Let's see, Farseer said I failed a 50-50 in Uma 3 times. I got 2 new Umas outside their banner. And a new Maru.
Praying that
That's crazy.
survive, even after so
It's
many
funny how
years,
that happens
the
sometimes. You get them
survival
outside the
still
banner
slowly
you're supposed to get them.
And now the
Had that
Harkers
happen in
Simmons
Gundam
would
a
drag
few
him
times.
deeper into the heart of Langchang's nightmare. Once Leon and Helena supposedly found Ada Wong through the ruins of Langchang, they gave chase and cornered her in a dim chamber, only to find that they weren't alone. Chris and his partner Piers Nivens emerged from the shadows, their weapons already trained on Ada. For Chris, this was personal. He believed that she was the one responsible for the deaths of his men, and for the outbreaks that had claimed countless lives across the globe. But before the shot could ring out, Leon struck. With a swift motion, he knocked Chris's weapon aside, the two men colliding in a clash. The struggle was
We need a
brief but
rematch!
fierce, ending with both men's pistols aimed squarely at one another. The room room was thick with tension. Leon's voice cut through first, steady but firm, claiming that Ada was a key witness and not the enemy, and that they needed her alive. Briss, however, was consumed by grief and anger. He spat back that she was the cause of everything, that she was the one who had destroyed his team. Leon responded that Simmons was the true architect of this chaos, the man responsible for more than just a squad, responsible for the deaths of over 70,000 people, including the president himself. And then, in the middle of it all, Ada made her move. A flash bomb exploded in white light, breaking the standoff. By the time their vision cleared, she was already gone. Briss stormed after her, while Leon turned with Helena to continue their pursuit of Simmons. Inside the towering Kunlun building, Leon and Helena finally cornered Derek Simmons. His smug denial cracked when Sherry and Jake also arrived, demanding answers. Simmons admitted to orchestrating the attacks, but with the arrogance of a man convinced his crimes were justified, blaming Leon for pulling the trigger on Benford and insisting his actions protected U.S. supremacy. Before Leon could bring him in, Simmons' private army, the agents of the family, opened fire. Under heavy assault, Leon urged Sherry and Jake to escape, while he and Helena held the line. Sherry slipped Leon a data chip containing vital information on the C-virus before fleeing with Jake, leaving Leon and Helena to face Simmons head-on. The pursuit led onto a speeding train. Simmons, struck by a C-virus dart fired by a Dravo, staggered as his body convulsed. Leon and Helena watched
this fight was
recognition.
insane.
They had seen this
Literally
transformation
fight
before.
T-virus
Simmons' frame tore itself
T-virus
apart,
T-Rex.
flesh hardening into jagged bone, his body elongating and warping until he towered over them in a grotesque, canine-like mutation.
Well, that was
On
the
the
first
rattling
version.
train cars, the battle
But it
commenced.
turns,
Simmons
literally
lashed
turns
out with
into a
monstrous
T-Rex at
strength,
some point.
tearing through metal and clawing with beast-like fury. He taunted Helena with the memory of her sister's death, while Leon fought to keep him from derailing the train completely. Their bullets only slowed the creature, forcing them to use the environment itself to gain the upper hand. At one point, Simmons even ripped loose an entire car, hurling it toward them in a display of sheer ferocity. But Leon and Helena refused to break. Timing their attacks, they opened fire in unison, knocking Simmons into the path of the oncoming locomotive. The impact hurled him across the tracks, mangling his body before it snapped back to a frail human shell. For a moment, it finally seemed over, but the C-virus would not release him so easily. As the train tore through the night, Leon and Helena barely crawled ashore after the brutal train battle, exhausted but alive. Almost immediately, Hunnigan reached out, revealing that Shake and Jerry had been abducted, and the data chip Sherry entrusted to Leon might be the key to stopping the C-virus. Before they could plan their next move, Helena noticed something strange above the skyline, being a missile. On the comms, Chris's voice broke in with urgent warning, demanding that they had to get out of Tachi right now. However, it was too late. The missile detonated overhead, releasing a blue fog of C-virus gas that swept across the city. Within moments, chaos erupted. Thousands of civilians screamed as they mutated into grotesque monsters, the streets turning into another nightmare of fire and infection. Leon could only grit his teeth as the memories of Raccoon City resurfaced. With the help of scattered BSAA soldiers, Leon and Helena fought through the choking fog, making their way toward the quad tower, now serving as an evacuation hub. But Tachi was collapsing into hell. Gas tankers exploded in the streets, buildings toppled, and waves of infected swarmed every block. Amid the chaos, a familiar figure appeared, being Ada Wong, swooping in by helicopter to provide cover fire. Leon and Helena sprinted beneath the gunfire, reaching the bridge to the quad tower. Their escape seemed possible until an airliner tore
Let me
loose
pause.
from its
What is it? Wow, Leon had the ambush advantage. It's still good. Oh, you funny. Yeah, he could have beat him, but he wasn't trying to kill him. He figured he was probably another agent from another faction. Trust me, if Leon wanted it, Chris Daddy to just shot him. It's like, what you mean you aiming at my secret agent spy lady? Bow!
crash slammed into the structure, triggering massive explosions that destroyed the bridge beneath their feet. Leon and Helena barely managed to survive, scrambling toward a BSAA chopper. However, the pilot was revealed to be wounded, leaving Leon to seize the controls himself. With sheer determination, he guided the failing aircraft straight into the side of the quad tower, crash landing inside. Inside the ruined quad tower, Leon and Helena thought they had finally reached safety, But waiting for them was none other than Derek Simmons, no longer human, but a grotesque mass of shifting flesh and bone, each mutation more monstrous than the last. Fueled by rage, Simmons transformed again, towering over them in a nightmarish form. The battle stretched
Basically a
across the
giant
tower's
T-Rex.
heights. Ada Wong, circling in her helicopter, fired on Simmons, offering cover as Leon and Helena fought desperately to bring him down. But Simmons mutated endlessly, from beast-like quadruped to hulking abomination, forcing Leon to push himself to the limit. Each strike reminded him of the chaos Simmons had unleashed. Tall Oaks, the President's death, and now Tachi. Later, on a collapsing platform, Simmons nearly threw Leon to his death.
Once again, I also want to display the both for Chris and him, the amount of strength that the two of them have. I'm like, bro, the bros are punching like super soldier, demon link mutated people, like it's nothing.
Leaving him dangling by the edge. But at the last second, Ada appeared and pulled him back. Her presence steadied him just long enough for the two agents to unleash everything they had. Simmons fell once more, but he still wasn't finished. On the tower's roof, in the pouring rain,
Yeah, the worst
Simmons
part of the
absorbed
fight.
infected bodies to fuel a final insect-like mutation.
Basically like a
refusing
giant
to die.
spider
But Leon
ant
and Helena
thing.
improvised. Spotting a lightning rod loosened during the battle, they impaled a zombie and let Simmons draw it in. The rod attracted a massive bolt of lightning, electrocuting him and tearing apart his twisted body. Even then, Simmons crawled after them, dragging himself across the roof. Ada's final gift, a rocket launcher, dropped from
As
the
always.
helicopter. Leon seized it and fired point blank, blasting Simmons into the depths of the tower. His broken body fell onto the obelisk below, reverting briefly to his human form before death finally claimed him.
I feel like that wouldn't kill that though. Like I feel like as long as this still exists and you don't turn this to ash, wouldn't he just keep getting back up?
As the storm subsided, Leon and Helena staggered to the waiting helicopter. Inside, Helena discovered Ada's compact, left behind on the controls. Hidden inside was a small data disk, undeniable proof of Simmons' crimes, enough to clear both her and Leon of all charges. But Helena, still weighed down by guilt, whispered that she didn't need vindication. But Leon reminded her that this evidence wasn't just about them. It was about truth, about ensuring Simmons' corruption died with him. As their helicopter lifted off into the night, the quad tower collapsing in flames beneath them, Leon knew the nightmare of Simmons was over. In the days following Simmons' death, the chaos in China began to settle. The truth about the C-virus attacks was buried under political red tape, but Leon and Helena were alive to tell the story. Sometime later, Helena returned to her sister's grave as Leon, Ingrid Hunnigan, and other agents stood nearby. For Helena, the weight of guilt still lingered. She confessed that she was ready to face justice, believing herself an accessory to the president's assassination. With quiet resolve, she thanked Leon for standing by her and extended her hands, prepared to be taken into custody. However, Leon stepped forward. Instead of handcuffs, he placed Helena's sidearm back into her palm. Startled, she looked up as he told her that justice has already been served. Simmons was gone, and the truth had been secured. There was no need to condemn her for the crime she had been forced into. Hunnigan agreed, stating the findings would remain classified. For Helena, this was a second chance, one she never expected to receive. As she turned back to her sister's grave, she knew the pain of loss would never fully fade, but she would carry her memory forward, no longer chained by guilt, but with the freedom to live on. In 2014, Leon was sent on yet another mission that would
What is
leave
this
deep
one?
scars on him. This time,
This is
he
the-
led
this
a
is the
team
beginning of the
security
Alcatraz
operations
thing.
agents to Bethesda, Maryland.
So this
Their
is gonna be.
target was
Hold
Senator
on, let me pause it. So this one's gonna be somewhat more important because these last two are gonna be the last things that Leon probably did, or what he's coming from into the new game.
Stephen Irie, a politician secretly leaking sensitive information to the group known as the Family. The plan was simple: apprehend
And
him.
remember, the family is controlled by the ones that were from that guy who was T-Rex Man. So that's still going on, which I have a feeling. I think the family is reference to. It's another code name for the original. It's probably Spencer, once again, still at the heart of it. Whether it's Wesker himself or he's taken a new identity. I mean, we don't know what's going on with Chris either, where he's now working with Blue Umbrella, which we still don't know much about them yet. But it's like, it's kind of coincidence we keep seeing this Mother Miranda kind of theme going. Where since that's where Spencer, learned a lot of what he knows. So,
and extract information, but instead, it all turned into a nightmare. As Leon and his team closed in, every vehicle, from Irie's Porsche to the DSO transport convoy, detonated in a coordinated explosion. In an instant, the entire squad was wiped out. Leon was the sole survivor, pulled from the wreckage, and forced to watch his mission collapse in fire.
Also, Leon has bad luck, man. He's got a good hero, he's a good hero, he saves people, but bruh's had to deal with some BS.
And smoke. Later at the morgue, the horror only deepened. As he stood among the charred remains of his comrades, one of the corpses began to stir inside a body bag. The senator's betrayal was now clear. His treachery had unleashed yet another viral attack. Leon was forced to put down the reanimated body of his teammate, only for the rest of the dead to begin rising. Alone in that cold room, he had to kill his friends for a second time, one bullet at a time. This mission left Leon broken. To process the trauma, he retreated into the Colorado wilderness, isolating himself in a secluded mountain lodge. There, he drowned his grief in bottles, numbing the pain of survivor's guilt.
So he finally took a little bit of a Chris plunge. Chris did this too, to be fair, for a little while. That happened more earlier, but still. He finally just like, bro, what in the world?
In the endless cycle of bioterrorism that haunted his career since Raccoon City. For Leon, the question weighed heavier than ever. How much longer could he fight this war against bioorganic weapons, and at what cost? Leon's self-imposed exile would not last long. During his stay in Colorado, his drinking and disillusionment only grew, but so too did the threat of bioterror. His old allies Chris and Rebecca eventually tracked him down, and they came bearing urgent news. Glenn Arias, a black market dealer with ties to Los Illuminados, had begun orchestrating attacks across the United States and Mexico. Arias possessed a new viral strain, one that was capable of controlling POWs through the Plaga parasite. At first, Leon refused. He asked the question that haunted him: when would all this fighting finally end? But once Arias' men abducted Rebecca, Leon could no longer stand aside. The fight was no longer about the mission, it was about saving a friend. Together with Chris and the Silver Dagger unit, Leon followed Arias' trail to New York City. Arias planned to unleash his virus through tankers carrying airborne dispersal systems, turning one of the world's most populous cities into a graveyard. For transport, Chris took command of an armored Hummer, while Leon was given a motorcycle. As they tore through the city, Leon took out one of the fuel trucks, while Chris destroyed another. But the mission grew bloodier by the minute.
See, hold on, wait a minute. I want to say something. Chris needed a Humvee to destroy that truck. Leon did it on a bike.
Dagger's own was decapitated by infected Cerberus hounds. The pack turned on Chris, only for Leon to roar his motorcycle engine and lure them onto the expressway. In a brutal chase, he gunned the creatures down one by one until the road was
Dude's literally Dante in them. No, I'm sorry, Chris. You ain't the Dante of this either. At best, Chris is a heavily muscular Virgil.
Reuniting with Chris at Arias' headquarters, the two found themselves overwhelmed by wave after wave of the infected. Leon urged Chris to push forward and save Rebecca, while he stayed behind to hold the line. However, unbeknownst to them, Arias had one more surprise.
Armored Hummer
transformed, mutating into a monstrous creature fueled
looks
by rage
inside,
and
sees
firepower.
zombie.
Leon arrived just in time to save Chris, ramming his motorcycle straight into Arias' legs. What followed was a desperate rooftop battle. Leon dodging, shooting, and striking at every opening. When Arias tried to cling to an escaping Osprey, Leon accelerated his bike one last time, launching it and himself into the monster.
Was this whole movie just Leon pretending to be Dante?
He fired into the wreckage, detonating the motorcycle in a fiery blast that crippled Arias. The fight finally ended with Chris delivering the final blow, putting Arias down for good. Rebecca was saved, the virus contained, and New York was spared from catastrophe.
Rebecca was almost infected.
In the aftermath, Leon stood beside Chris and Rebecca, the city skyline behind them still lit with smoke. For Leon, the victory felt hollow. He reflected on how long this war against POWs could continue, questioning if there would ever be an end. And so with areas gone and New York saved, Leon once again walked away from the battlefield, not as a victor, but as a survivor in a war with no end in sight.
Now for the true Alcatraz.
In 2015, just 1 year after the devastating New York bioterror attack, Leon once again found himself on the front lines of another mission. This time, his orders came directly from the DSO, track down Dr. Antonio Taylor, a man who was a robotics engineer accused of leaking military secrets to foreign powers. Intelligence placed Taylor in San Francisco, but before Leon could even begin his approach, the situation spiraled out of control. Taylor was snatched off the streets by a group of armed kidnappers and stuffed into a van. Leon caught sight of the vehicle and immediately gave chase on his bike, weaving through the highway traffic with precision. But he wasn't the only one on the road. A mysterious motorcyclist appeared behind him, aggressively targeting Leon as if to ensure the kidnappers escape. The fight was brutal.
Gee, I
Engines
wonder.
roared, tires screamed.
Hold on. So, his attacker is wearing high heels. Gee, I wonder.
Beached, and in the chaos, Leon was knocked from his bike. Once the helmet came off,
Oh, no, it's
she
not who I
revealed
thought.
herself, being none other than Maria Gomez, the vengeful
Oh, right, I remember this girl. Never mind. See, I know who she is from a different series.
survivor of the New York outbreak,
Yeah.
still loyal to the family of Glenn Arias.
Yeah.
With a cold glare, she vaulted back
She's
to
like one of Arius's blood relatives. Basically, like kind of like what's her? Even though she's a good character, Ashcroft is related to Lady Ashcroft from Code Veronica.
kidnapper's van, leaving Leon sprawled on the asphalt. The trail soon led Leon across the bay to
Resident Evil
Alcatraz
needs
Island,
Skynet.
now
It
serving
really
as a
does.
popular tourist attraction. But beneath the surface, something sinister was brewing. As Leon scoured
Yes,
the
no, it
prison's
is.
sewage tunnels, he wasn't alone. In the shadows, he crossed paths with Jill Valentine,
Yeah, I was like,
who
this
was
is where Jill-
conducting her own investigation into the string of recent
Jill, get
murders
away
in
from
the
that,
city.
it's terrible.
Though surprised by the encounter, the two quickly realized their missions overlapped, and before long, survival demanded cooperation. The tunnels echoed with the shrieks of the dead, as zombified tourists shambled towards them. But what's even worse is that they were stalked by amphibian lickers, grotesque mutations that leapt from the water with razor-sharp claws. Side
So
by
I bet
side,
you I came from like a fish.
Leon and Jill
It was
fought
living
their way
down there.
through the creatures, their gunfire and blades working in unison. At the height of the chaos, Leon triggered an explosion to clear the path, buying them precious seconds to escape deeper into the tunnels. Pressing forward, the pair uncovered remnants of the island's military past. Old transport tunnels, once used for ammunition shipments,
Hold on,
now
be right
faced
back,
something
Ted. I'll
far
have the camera
worse,
for a
being
second.
incubation chambers, where liquor larvae were held in containment. On top of this, there were blueprints for mosquito drones, the very machines responsible for spreading infection throughout the city. It was a chilling discovery, proof of a new kind of bioterror that could strike with precision. For Leon, the mission was no longer just about rescuing Taylor. It was about uncovering the puppet masters behind this operation. And in Jill Valentine, he had not only found an ally, but someone who understood all too well the cost of fighting a war against monsters born of human ambition. Deeper within the prison,
Girl had to fight
Leon and
Nemesis.
Jill
She
were
had the
finally
worst of
united
everybody.
against their allies. Chris and Claire had been captured, their bodies
Mm.
already showing signs of infection. In the
Ooh.
corner of the cell was none other than Dr. Antonio Taylor, the very man Leon had been ordered to recover. But before they could fully piece the situation together, the trap was finally sprung. A mosquito drone buzzed through the air and pierced Leon's neck,
Huh?
injecting the virus into his
Okay.
bloodstream. It was there that the mastermind finally stepped out of the shadows. Dylan Blake, a former USS operative and once an agent of Umbrella's own Black Ops unit. Standing at his side was Maria Gomez, the same rider who had knocked Leon off his bike. Together, they revealed their intent. Vengeance not just against one government or organization, but against every power profiting
No, it's
from the
Rogue
cycle of
Legion and,
bioterror. Agencies like the
Yes,
DSO,
scarier
the
Terminator.
SAA,
That's true.
and even TerraSave. Dylan condemned Leon directly, mocking him for his blind loyalty to a system that had covered up atrocity after atrocity. For Dylan, the endless war of BOWs would only end when the world's institutions were dragged into the same nightmare they perpetuated. His plan was chilling. unleashes
What's
drone
terrible
army,
for a lot of
prevents
these
entire
villains is they can't
populations,
tell
and
that they're
prove
being
no one
manipulated
was
by the
safe.
same thing that
Once
they're
Taylor
trying
tried to
to
reason
destroy.
with him, Dylan shot the doctor in cold
Not in
blood.
a terrible
The
bad
scientist
writing.
used his
Terrible
final
isn't
moments
for
to
them and
entrust
their,
Claire
you know,
with a backdoor code,
basically
capable of seizing control
what
of
they
the
always end
drones.
up as.
From
That's why
there,
they're
the group was
expendable
separated in the chaos,
when it comes
and Leon
to
soon
the
found
ones
himself
really in
face to
charge.
face with Maria once again. Still weakened from the drone sting, he struggled to match her speed and fury. Maria fought like a woman possessed, every strike fueled by rage over her father's death at
Plus,
Ares'
well, she's
downfall.
probably
She
infected.
slashed, struck, and taunted, gaining the upper hand as Leon barely deflected blow after blow. But Leon was no stranger to desperation. Timing his movements with precision, he baited her into overextending. In a final decisive move, Leon drove Maria onto a jagged steel girder, impaling her through her chest. Gasping, she pulled herself free, her body finally giving out. Leon offered her quiet words, hoping she might find peace in death and reunite with her father she sought to avenge. With Maria finally gone, the surviving agents pressed forward into the heart of the facility.
It's a reunion! I mean, Leon's kind of new to the party, but it's like, this is a reunion right here. We got Rebecca, you got Chris, you got Claire, you got Jill, and then of course Leon.
But Dylan wasn't finished. Refusing to be taken down
Oh, boy.
quietly, he fused his infected body with a massive megalodon specimen,
Excuse me?
transforming into a towering aquatic monstrosity. His
Oh.
warped form was nearly invincible, a grotesque fusion of man, parasite, and predator. The battlefield instantly became chaos. Dylan's enormous body tore through the armory as the group launched everything they had at him. Heavy weaponry, explosives, and concentrated gunfire barely slowed the creature down. Leon barked orders to Claire and Rebecca, telling them to use Taylor's backdoor code to override the swarm of drones, while he, Chris, and Jill hold Dylan at bay. Leon was the first to escalate, commandeering a fuel truck and ramming it straight into Dylan's bulk. Tossing a grenade, he triggered a fiery explosion, but even that failed to put the beast down. Jill recovered a prototype plasma rifle, its massive coils
I
charging
did see
with
this
acid.
scene for
Leon
that
and Chris
fight.
drew Dylan's attention.
She's
circling
enjoying
him
that
and
plasma
covering
rifle
his
too
limbs
much.
with gunfire as Jill lined up the shot, but its upper body continued on, desperate to drag itself towards freedom. At the critical moment, Claire and Rebecca successfully redirected the drones. Instead of targeting humans, the swarm turned on Dylan, injecting him with a lethal overdose of the virus. His movements began to slow, his form weakening, but he still crawled toward the open waters of the bay. That was when Leon and Chris acted in unison.
What are these? What are these? Wait a minute. These like, what is that thing called? The in Fallout. The frick are they about to shoot? Fat boys, whatever they're called. Okay. I mean, Chris obviously already we know he can break boulders, but I'm like, think about both of these guys lifting this by themselves. I'm pretty sure in real life this would be a two-man unit. Almost like mortars are and stuff. There's no way no single normal human is firing one of these. This is why you think I'm crazy when I say there's no way these guys aren't from something special. Because I'm like, how did they do this? Also, remember how many times they've been infected. How come, unlike everyone else, are they more immune to it? How come it takes the virus longer? How come Los Plagas just didn't take Leon over? Look how fast it happened for other people. Why is that the case? Same thing with Chris. Chris has the same thing going on. Bro's been infected so many times. Yet somehow, this group seems to not be... And no one could argue maybe it's just plot armor, but I used to think that until I started seeing the signs of something that I think they planned out. It's kind of like when Devil May Cry finally found its identity. So, I do think that there's something big coming in the new one. Because Project Iris seems extremely telling on what might be coming. But yeah, look, let me, they're gonna, luckily, sadly it doesn't show the whole scene, but It's like,
Pinned in
bruh.
place, the monster could only thrash helplessly as Jill delivered the killing blow by
Was that a
planting a
flare?
satchel
Oh.
of grenades that detonated in a
I
deafening
feel like whatever those rockets were would have killed him faster than this grenade would.
explosion. And with that, the fused monstrosity of Dylan Blake was no more. Now exhausted, the group gathered outside the prison as dawn broke over Alcatraz. Reinforcements arrived to secure the island, but for Leon, Chris, Jill, Claire, and Rebecca, the mission had already cost enough. They all shared a quiet moment, reflecting on the endless cycle of bioterrorism that they seemed trapped in. For now, the nightmare was over, but for Leon and his allies, the fight was far from finished.
Those are emplacement weapons, 100%.
Click this video here to find out the full story of Alyssa Ashcroft. Thank you guys for...
Oh, yeah. Ooh, wait, that's only... Hold on, we need to watch this because this has to do with what's coming up soon. And this is only 8 minutes versus an hour.
Resident Evil 9 has been officially revealed, and with that comes the introduction of a new character to the series, Grace Ashcroft, who just so happens to be the daughter of Alyssa Ashcroft, an investigative reporter who was involved in the iconic Raccoon City incident and other...
And she's the sister, and that's her mother or sister, which is also related to Lady Ashcroft, who created the helped create the Veronica virus.
Major incidents in the Resident Evil series. So, to prepare you for Resident Evil 9, I will be covering Alyssa's entire story, starting with her deadly...
I did never get to see this, though. I never played Alyssa's actual story, so it's good to see this.
Encounters in the Arklay Mountains, to her participation in the Raccoon City incident, all the way to her tragic death following her investigation at Brentwood Hotel. So guys...
Which I think is what might be hunting us in the new game for when we're playing as Grace. I think the thing chasing you is her.
So without further ado, let's get right into it. Alyssa Ashcroft was born in the 1970s and spent her early life growing up in Raccoon City. As she grew older, she eventually pursued a career in journaling and became an investigative reporter. Her first documented investigation began in 1993 with a case that would unknowingly tie her to the Umbrella Corporation for the rest of her life. Alyssa and her colleague Kurt ventured deep into the Arklay Mountains following rumors of corruption at a remote hospital. It turns out that their hunch was right, as unbeknownst to them, the hospital director Albert Lester had begun accepting bribes from Umbrella researcher Greg.
Oh, also, the place that the mansion has been taken over by is a psychiatric ward. Note that this one was a hospital, so not much difference there.
Mueller to illegally trial his experimental virus on cancer patients. And during this time, Albert's wife Dorothy was terminally ill and was stationed at the Arklay Hospital. In an act of desperation, Albert agreed to the trials and put his wife on trial in hopes that she may be cured. And much to his surprise, the experiment was initially a success, with both his wife and the other test patient being cured of their cancer. However, this would come at a cost, as shortly after the procedure, the test patient would pass away, and Dorothy would mutate uncontrollably into a zombie that began to roam the halls and inflict chaos to the entire hospital. It was at this point when Alyssa and her partner Kurt would be called in to investigate, completely unaware of the dangers that await them. Shortly after entering into the building, Dorothy grabbed a hold of Kurt and brutally infected and murdered him on the spot. After Alyssa witnessed this tragedy, she would attempt to flee the hospital, but it wouldn't be long after when she was kidnapped by Umbrella researcher Greg Mueller and subjected to a procedure that would suppress her memories of the event in order to cover up the entire incident. Following this tragedy, Alyssa would continue her career in journaling for many years, and would work as a staff reporter for some media outlets. One of the companies she worked for was News Comment, where she wrote an entire article that reported on the discovery of a man's body found at Ames River in the Arklay Mountains. The article says the following: body washes up on shore of Ames. Alyssa
Also, remember, all of this is before Raccoon City, what you're saying.
Ashcroft, staff reporter. The body of an unidentified white male has been found in the Ames River in the northwest Arklays. At least a year has passed since the man died, so the body has been impossible to identify. Powerful steroids, along with other drugs, were found in the body, and police are suspecting foul play. The river has been long used by local pharmaceutical companies as a dumping ground, and links to illegal activities in connection to that have not been ruled out. Now, unbeknownst to Alyssa, this was the result of the hospital director, Albert Lester, who had gone completely mad after his wife's death and the hospital's collapse, and continued to roam around the Arklay Mountains, carving up anyone who stepped in his path. Alyssa would unfortunately cross paths with him later in her story. However, just before that, something disastrous would take place first. In September of 1998, a deadly virus contaminated the Raccoon City's drinking water, causing a viral outbreak in the city which would quickly infect Alyssa. By the following evening on September 24th, Alyssa was already showing signs of mutation, but even as the infection coursed through her body, she was determined to survive. And in a desperate attempt to escape the city, she made her way towards the surrounding mountains and took shelter into a nearby cabin. During this, she is greeted by Albert Lester. However, with her memories erased, she had completely forgotten about his ties to Umbrella. Albert claimed that he knew a way out of the city and offered to guide her through the mountains, and this ultimately took her back to the hospital as part of Albert's plans. See, over the years, a monster plant that was held in the hospital's basement slowly consumed the building, and Albert came to believe that this plant was actually Dorothy's reincarnation. Because of this, he roamed the mountains for years, killing any animal and human in his path to feed the plant for nourishment. And this is why he lured Alyssa to the hospital, as he had plans to feed her to the plant. Now, during Alyssa's exploration, she began to recall her memories of her investigation with Kurt, and even came to remember his tragic death. It's here that she also discovers the truth about Umbrella and its conspiracy, and becomes more determined than ever to expose the company's corruption.
Did he and Leon ever fight? Whoa, whatever happened to Hunk? There's a whole story on him separately. I think we're going to see him very soon, if I had to guess. Because there's been kind of rumors about something in the new one as well. Like little passing fancy little things going on. Technically, we haven't heard from him since... Was it Resident Evil 4? Because he's actually technically a cleanup unit that's going on, supposedly in the background on in Las Plagas. But we didn't really see anything from him in anything else. So something tells me we're gonna see him in the new one. I could be wrong, or he'll end up surfacing in the next few iterations. It is strange he kind of disappeared, and they never did fight. This is why the big theory, even though I don't buy into this theory fully, because I have other things that kind of say otherwise that don't make sense. A lot of people used to believe Leon is Hunk, and even I somewhat did for a while, but I was like, but there's too many things that don't make sense where certain things happen where Leon couldn't be two places at one time. It'd be impossible. So, I think Hunk is just a secret unsung character. Now, I have my other theories on who he could be, but I'm not really gonna go into that one without any further proof, because Hunk has so little around him right now. But maybe that's why I think that we'll see him at some point.
Insane Albert Lester, and defeating the massive plant in the basement, the building begins to collapse, but Alyssa is able to escape just in time and continue her escape of the city. And on October 1st, in the early hours of the morning, she managed to flee just before the city was nuked, though it is uncertain how exactly she escaped. With the use of a special vaccine, the infection was purged from her system before it could fully transform her. She emerged not as a victim of the outbreak, but as a witness and a threat to the secrets Umbrella tried to bury beneath the rubble of Raccoon City. Following the city's destruction, Alyssa continued what she did best, journaling. Channeling her trauma into truth, she published an expose titled, "What is a BOW?" blowing the lid off of this horrifying secret project. In it, she detailed the inner workings of Umbrella's bioweapons program and its role in the massacre of the entire city. Supported by the testimonies of fellow survivors Yoko Suzuki and Linda Baldwin, the article helped ignite the Raccoon Trials, which was a 5-year legal battle that ultimately led to the downfall of Umbrella USA. But even with overwhelming evidence, truth was not so easily accepted. The US government worked swiftly to contain the story, and over time, the events in Raccoon City were dismissed as an urban legend, and bioorganic weapons were labeled as a conspiracy. Despite the cover-up, Alyssa would continue her investigative work, and would eventually find time to raise a daughter named Grace, who would later follow a path of her own into law enforcement. Even as the world moved on, Alyssa remained on the front lines of uncovering hidden threats, and in 2016, she reported on a series of mysterious disappearances in Dolby, Louisiana, which was
Did you hear that? Louisiana. Certain family. So now you see what timeline it's in now. Now, I'd have to cover a Code Veronica one to show you where the Ashcroft bloodline comes from. The whole bloodline, like who she's technically related to as like a sister, cousin, or whatever, from the same bloodline, but...
Tied to the Baker family incident from Resident Evil 7, her report states the following. Over 20 missing in 2 years. Captain Howell from State Police told reporters that they have started a search for Helen Midkiff, a college student from North Carolina who was traveling in Louisiana. Mrs. Midkiff hasn't been heard of since the night of the 21st. Reports of missing persons in South Louisiana have increased dramatically in the past 2 years. The majority of those missing are tourists and vagrants. At least 20 people are thought to have gone missing so far. Police suspect foul play and believe there may be a connection between the incidents. Plans are in place to step up local interrogations and increase personnel to further the investigations. Alyssa Ashcroft, January 19th, 2016. Her article, published in the Dolby Daily, stood as one of the only public records tied to the biological disaster that unfolded there. But, like Raccoon City before it, the Dolby incident was quickly covered up. The area was quarantined, and the missing persons were left unacknowledged. Through every cover-up and threat, Alyssa Ashcroft remained defiant, acting as one of the few voices who refused to let the world forget what lurks beneath the surface. Now, following the Baker incident, Alyssa Ashcroft's final documented investigation would take place at the Wrenwood Hotel, where she would be tragically murdered and never return. 8 years later, her daughter Grace Ashcroft would be assigned to a case that would be tied to the hotel, and she would recall haunting flashbacks of Alyssa's final moments.
I know. That's where your mother was murdered.
Here's another thing. How does... She didn't take Grace with her on the... Here's something that tells you there's something more going on here than it lets on even in that, right? Okay, how does she know how her mother died? She wasn't there. She knows she died at a place, but it says, and it even shows in the game, in the trailer, she starts recalling memories as if she was there. So my two theories on that is, maybe she was there, or... maybe that's the Megamycete part of it, because once again, that's where all of this original research stems from. So, and that she's seeing the memories of her mother's death flash before her eyes as it's being triggered.
This is like 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past.
Grace now seeks to uncover what her mother died trying to expose, and in Resident Evil 9, we may just find out the truth. But with that, we conclude the full story of Alyssa Ashcroft in Resident Evil. And if you want to stay up to date with all the latest news and updates with Resident Evil 9, then be sure to subscribe. Also, let me know any theories you have for RE9 in the comments below. I'd love to know what you guys think. But guys, thank you for watching, and
Okay. So we'll go from that 12 details there, yeah, that's missed in the Rec 1 trailer. Yeah, because it even shows a reference to Alyssa in the trailer. It's very brief that you see it. That's why I'm like, how is she seeing that, though? And it's like you see that right there, right? Hunk's death-defying story before Resident Evil 9. So wait, is he actually going to be... Okay, we're going to have to watch his too. How long is his? Well, that's 22 minutes though. Chat, do we want to watch that, or do you want to jump to Resident Evil? Since it's, what's it called? A slow night. Do you want to watch the Hunk one real quick? Or do we jump straight to Resident Evil? Because apparently it says before Resident Evil 9, so my wonder is kind of what I've been hearing. I've been hearing these rumblings we might see him resurface. But I was saying Hunk is way too skilled at fighting. The virus would be well, that's what I'm thinking. Well, that's why I have my hunch on who I think he could be. He's also a big player in that Operation Raccoon City game too. I never realized that. But it's up to y'all. Do we want to watch a breakdown on that and see what they say about him that I might have missed? Or do we want to jump to switch over to Devil May Cry? I think it's just us, like Farseer, Sealy, and me tonight. I think it's a slow night. Slow night. Try to miss any text. So, yeah. What we thinking, chat? Watch the Hunk video real quick, or also, yeah, definitely, which I need to subscribe because I thought I already was. Definitely subscribe to Evil Blitz. This seems like a cool channel for like Resident Evil related stuff. So. But yeah, Hunk's never died or anything, so that's my brain kind of goes. I wonder what his play and role in this as well is as well. So my mouse is being. I think it's been dropped too many times. It still works. It's just the little light keeps going out on it. What's up? Welcome, welcome, Crispy. Welcome, welcome. Oh, yeah. Light on the mouse went out. Oh well, it still works. That's all that matters. Everything breaking lately. So what are we thinking? Do we want to listen to the Hunk story or get ready for Devil May Cry? We'll try to do some Devil May Cry before it gets too late tonight. Hunk, you want to see the Hunk video? Okay. Alright, well, it's only 22 minutes.
Over the decades that Umbrella Corporation operated in secrecy, it relied on countless individuals to enforce its will. Scientists, executives, mercenaries, and soldiers were all absorbed into its projects. Most were discarded when they failed. Some were erased when they knew too much, and many never left the facilities they were sent to protect. But one figure always endured. He had no public identity, no recorded name, and no confirmed origin. Within Umbrella's internal files, he existed only as a call sign, a role to be filled rather than a person to be remembered. To those who served alongside him, he was known by reputation alone, a man who consistently returned from operations that erased entire teams. They called him the Grim Reaper, not because he killed indiscriminately, but because survival followed him and no one else. Hunk was not a monster in the traditional sense. He was not the product of viral enhancement, genetic tampering, or experimental mutation. But what made him unsettling was something far more grounded. He was human, operating inside a
to be fair,
system that treated human
what he looks
life as a
like?
renewable
Or is that-
resource. Umbrella did not create Hunk to be legendary. It created him to be effective.
although to be fair, even though he says that, I'm like, there's no, it's kind of like Farseer said, there's no way that he's not somehow altered in order for him to do some of the things he's done.
By the time his name surfaced in the aftermath of the Raccoon City disaster,
Oh yeah, this is Operation Raccoon City. This was like a little tactical shooter game. I actually did enjoy this game. It was very undershot. The multiplayer was okay and only lasted for a little while, but it was fun while it lasted. Most people just played hero mode. Where you could play all the different heroes like Hunk himself, and they had different abilities, Leon, all kinds of stuff, so.
Hunk was already a veteran of missions that never appeared in public records, operations conducted in sealed facilities, recoveries performed after containment failures, and internal actions meant to ensure that Umbrella's secrets never left the buildings where they were created.
You guys must be the new Delta
And
team.
in nearly
Report.
every case when the mission ended, Hunk was the only one still alive.
Yep.
He was the result of
Yeah, and
Umbrella's
all of Delta team died. Only he didn't.
belief that survival could be engineered through discipline, compartmentalization, and disposability. He was a control outcome, proof that a soldier can be conditioned to function where panic,
You say you can 86 Leon in Operation Raccoon City. Yeah, you can. You can 100% change the future in that game, which was so weird.
morality,
You could either play the classical historical route and how it was supposed to end, or you could end it in a completely different way.
hesitation had already been removed. To understand who Hunk is, it's not enough to follow his actions during the fall of Raccoon City. His story begins earlier, within the same institutional logic that gave rise to Umbrella's private armies. Because long before the world learned what Umbrella was truly capable of, the corporation had already prepared for disaster, and it did so by buying soldiers it never intended to remember. Umbrella Corporation did not begin as a military power. Publicly, it presented itself as a pharmaceutical giant, a leader in medicine, biotechnology, and public health. But behind that image was a reality Umbrella understood better than
There's that old thought.
anyone else, that when research involved uncontrolled mutation, outbreaks were not a possibility, but instead, they were an inevitability. From the moment Umbrella committed itself to viral experimentation, it accepted that containment would fail. Facilities would be breached, personnel would be infected, and evidence would escape. And when that happened, Umbrella could not rely on governments, law enforcement, or conventional militaries. Too many questions would be asked, too many investigations would follow. The corporation required forces that answered to no one but itself. So Umbrella built its own. The first layer of this system was visible only after disaster struck. The Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service, or UBCS, was deployed when outbreaks could no longer be concealed. These units were presented as rescue and containment teams, tasked with evacuating civilians, suppressing bioorganic threats, and
That's the team that what's-his-name's a part of in Resident Evil 3 that meets Jill. I forget, Martinez? I forget his name. The guy who sadly dies or is a badass is kind of like the Chris of the Resident Evil 3 game. But he works for the UBCS.
restoring order. In reality, they were designed to absorb losses. UBCS personnel were recruited from mercenaries.
Yeah. This guy. Also this guy, but this guy was way deeper than anyone. He kept his job and what he was doing seriously. He was a true thrall of Umbrella.
Former soldiers and criminals whose lives could be written off without consequence. Their missions were brutal, short-lived, and deliberately undersupported. If they succeeded, Umbrella gained time. If they failed, the corporation lost nothing it could not replace. But there was another force Umbrella trusted far more, one that operated before outbreaks reached the public eye. The Umbrella Security Service, known internally as the USS, existed to prevent exposure entirely. Unlike the UBCS, USS operations
Yeah, that's what that Delta team was in Operation Raccoon City.
were never acknowledged. Their missions were classified at the highest corporate level and often erased upon completion. These operatives did not rescue cities, but instead protected secrets. USS teams were deployed to secure compromised laboratories, recover sensitive data.
I think 2 of Delta team survived, but they went rogue at the end and was likely killed by Hunk. Yeah, probably. Or we'll see them sometime in the future in another game. But yeah, probably killed by Hunk most likely. I assume he's also the guy you send for that kind of thing too. Because he seems to be the closest thing to what you want as a corporate entity in that way, is a dark operative.
Viral samples and eliminate
So
internal
he's
threats.
definitely the
When
scariest thing in Resident Evil, really, if you think about it. Like, to be fair, like, screw, like, even Wesker himself. Technically, the scariest thing that you really don't want coming calling for you is Hunk.
His own researchers became liabilities, the USS was sent to silence them. When containment failed in sealed facilities, the USS entered first, not to save lives, but to ensure nothing left the building.
Basically to ensure secrets never got out. Basically, files. Their main goal is probably most of the time, I think, is recovery of sensitive files, documentation of the virus experiments,
Their
basically
structure
anything that protects the company.
reflected this purpose. Teams were small, training was extreme, and communication was minimal. Each operative was expected to function independently if command collapsed. Survival was never guaranteed, and extraction was never promised. This is where Umbrella's philosophy became clear. The corporation did not value loyalty, but results instead. Operatives were defined by call signs and roles, not by names or histories. Within this system, individual identity was completely irrelevant. The fewer personal ties they maintained, the easier they were to deploy and to discard. It was within this environment that Hunk emerged, not as a public hero, but as a solution to a reoccurring problem. Umbrella needed soldiers who could enter compromised zones, complete objectives, and extract critical assets without hesitation, even if everyone else died in the process.
That was that
Most operatives
operation,
broke these
when you actually
conditions.
play
Some
Hunk during that
failed,
part.
others
That's a
hesitated,
DLC for
and
Resident
many
Evil 2.
simply didn't survive, but Hunk always did. By the mid-1990s,
Problem
his
is just a
presence within
challenge
the Umbrella
mode.
Security Service had become a constant across the most sensitive operations.
Okay, so you notice what he's standing in front of. Now, once again, this is technically it's a challenge mode, but even in, I think that Hunk's story is told as a side story. Like, you have the good guy's side of the story, which is whoever the main character is, Claire, Chris, Leon, Jill. But notice that even though it's told as a challenge mode, there is some story even, which we never got to do, in the challenge mode as you play as Hunk. It's things he says and things like that. They kind of show what he was doing there. Because he was there. Trust me, he was there. Because I think he answers directly, and this is just a hunch. I'm almost positive he answers to Spencer only. Which makes me even beg to differ. Maybe he's a part of the original program as well. I think even he is a Wesker child. Or one of the Wesker children. Because Bruh's way too talented. Even for a dark professional assassin like Agent. Bruh is just too good. He's taken down things that Leon even had trouble with, right? So it shows you there's something even more going on there with him than even Leon gets a privy to.
His assignments were rarely documented in detail, but the pattern was unmistakable. Missions were marked by total loss of personnel, facilities sealed and erased, evidence recorded at extreme cost, and at the end of every single report, the same notation appeared: objective complete, operative recovered. Umbrella did not question why Hunk survived when others didn't. It only recognized that he did. And when the corporation faced the greatest internal threat it had ever created, it sent the one operative whose survival record suggested he might return from it. Umbrella did not train its elite operatives in conventional military environments. The corporation had no interest in discipline for its own sake, nor in honor, loyalty, or morale. What it required were individuals capable of operating in isolation, under extreme stress, and without the expectation of rescue or recognition. To produce soldiers like that, Umbrella needed places beyond oversight. One of those places was Rockford Island. Officially, the island functioned as a remote training and logistics hub, but in practice, it was a controlled ecosystem designed to strip recruits down to their most functional components. By the early 1990s, Umbrella had transformed the island into a paramilitary complex where select UBCS personnel and Umbrella Security Service operatives were subjected to live-fire exercises, psychological stress conditioning, and survival trials conducted under biohazard conditions. The environment was deliberately hostile. Recruits trained with live ammunition, and they fought in enclosed spaces filled with smoke, chemical agents, and limited visibility. Failure was not corrected through instruction. It was punished through repetition. Injury was treated...
Well, you were probably dead in some cases. I mean, they said they probably treated the ones who survived, but yeah, mistakes probably were death.
as an inconvenience, and death was treated as a data point. Training on Rockford Island was structured around a simple principle.
And remember, Rockford Island's where Veronica lives. That's what I call it. It's not person. The virus known as T. Veronica is housed. So that means the training facility is there too.
If an operative could not survive exposure to controlled bioorganic threats, they would not survive real containment failures. As a result, experimental creatures were bred and deployed on site, not as weapons, but as obstacles. Operatives who hesitated, froze, or relied too heavily on teamwork were filtered out very quickly. Those who endured advanced, and it was within this system that Hunk distinguished himself.
Which, once again, imagine you being the top of that class. How in the world did you do that? Like, it's not like he's just, So, I mean, obviously Delta Team survived it, but my brain goes, yeah, but clearly Hunk is on still another level that he must have been, like, surviving trials on that island that most people probably wouldn't even dare to live through.
From this period are limited, intentionally so. Umbrella's internal documentation avoided personal detail wherever possible. What remains are fragments, after-action summaries, casualty lists, and assignment logs that reveal a constant anomaly. When missions failed, Hunk always returned. When squads collapsed, he always extracted himself. When conditions deteriorated beyond projected survival thresholds, he always adapted. Unlike many operatives, Hunk did not attempt to assert authority through aggression or familiarity. He always spoke rarely. He followed command structures precisely, and when command broke down, he continued operating without waiting for instruction. Umbrella's training
I wonder if that's from Code Veronica, that scene.
encouraged this behavior. Operatives were taught to prioritize objectives over personnel, to treat teammates as variables rather than dependencies, to function under the assumption
That is the only organization that can pay his salary. That is true.
Communications would fail and the extraction would be delayed or canceled entirely.
Although, does he even know what a salary is? Because that's another thing when you break someone to that kind of level. Like, he's basically like a machine, almost a biological machine, if you think about it. Like, they have programmed him so well that he's willing to do whatever to make sure that Umbrella wins. This is why I think that he's probably directly under Spencer himself in some way. Whatever form Spencer may be in. Or Wesker, one could argue.
That success, but was simply the minimum requirement for data collection, and Hunk met that requirement repeatedly. By the time he was assigned to field operations of strategic importance, his role within the Umbrella Security Service had shifted. He was no longer a test subject. He was proof of concept, an operative capable of completing missions that erased entire teams without deviating from perimeters. This reputation followed him quietly. Among USS operatives, his call sign became shorthand for missions with catastrophic odds, not because he caused those outcomes, but because he was often the only constant in them. Entire facilities could be lost, research teams could be annihilated, but if Hunk had been deployed, Umbrella could still expect critical assets to return.
Yeah.
This was the logic that elevated him, and it was the same logic that would soon place him at the center of Umbrella's greatest.
So I'm going to tell you something. Even though Wesker may have done this himself, this is a theory. Remember, Krauser's body got recovered for Wesker, right? Because Ada betrayed Wesker and took the Lost Plagas sample that she was supposed to bring him. So tell me, Chad, who do you think got Krauser's body? And it's like, so... It's like, remember what it just said. When they need critical assets to guarantee the return. It's like, and I do think, it hit the comment. I do think he's working for Blue Umbrella. I have a theory that one of those dudes answering to Chris was him. But this should scare you. This should make you nervous about Chris's character like I am now. Because remember what I said about the Megamycete? Part of me is wondering if Chris has got a dark fate on his horizon. Because my brain's like, I almost want to guarantee, it's in a certain scene when you're playing as Ethan, when the fish guy is attacking the house, and those other two operatives are talking to Chris. One of them looks way too much like Hunk, and I'm like, I'm like, uh-oh. And remember what I said, my hunches are who he answers to. So you tell me, if he answers directly to Spencer/Wesker, why would he be working with Chris when Chris killed him? Yeah. I just have a bad feeling. Plus, once again, the biggest, coolest fight that people, even though it's only like a few seconds, was that fight you saw in 6 where you made that joke about, even in an ambush, Chris kind of still won that fight against Leon. Ever since that scene's happened, the only thing that people ever cared about for Resident Evil 6, the lore was okay. But the story was all the well not received too well. But the one thing people did love about that game is that one instance where him and Chris are just duking it out for a few seconds, and I'm like, foreshadowing is this. But I'm like, that's what I've wanted for years. I want it to turn out, as y'all know I'm biased, I want it to turn out Chris has lost the fight, and that he's been taken over by a certain something, and that Leon has to kill him. And it's like, because I don't think Chris, like I said, I don't think Hunk would answer to Chris. So, or at least not under normal circumstances. So it's like, Chris represents a direct threat to everything the USS stood for. Right? That's literally, the whole entire premise of the security force is to get rid of things like Chris. So I'm like, oh, this is questionable. But we'll see, I guess. Maybe he himself is given into the madness. Maybe it's just Chris himself has gone insane, and now has become the new Wesker spiritually. Maybe who knows, man. Chris has to have fought with the Grim Reaper to be that skilled of getting out of ambushes. I mean, I think that's true too. I do think they've crossed paths at least once. But I'm like, is that why Hunk works for him now? Because he respects his power? Because he's like, this guy could actually beat me. It's like, so could it be that? Could it be that Chris has turned into something worse? Could it be that Hunk is secretly going to try to kill Chris at some point? That maybe right now he's playing nice and that he is still working for a secret master who will want to kill Chris one day? Or, who knows? That's the part I can't really tell you. Because there's not enough information on that, since the only thing we have last on that is 6 and what happened in Village. So, because here's the thing. Who was it that Chris was fighting at the very end of that game? It was BSAA. Why is he turned on the BSAA all of a sudden? But to recreated his worst enemy? How does that make any sense? That's why I think either Chris has lost his bloody mind, is either undercover, and that's why I think Hunk is going to try to kill him eventually, is maybe he's undercover for like another agency, maybe even working with Leon, who knows. There's a lot of questions I have, but it's also the weirdness that Chris was just fine with what happened to Ethan and the cover-up that Ethan's wife was part of Umbrella, or Blue Umbrella, and was working on that project having to do with Rose and Mother Miranda. And I'm like, this seems very questionable. Let me let this finish. Or Blue Umbrella's paying him bank. And that's where the secret, like, maybe Chris is a double agent and he's secretly trying to expose Blue Umbrella. But that's a dangerous game, bro, playing. I hope he is good enough to take down Hunk in that case. I assume he is, but man, I would not want to be a double agent against Umbrella and you get found out. You 100% facing Hunk directly. 100%. There ain't gonna be no BOW at this point. Because they know that can't kill Chris. I mean, even Wesker got dumped into a volcano, so it's like, yeah, it's gonna be Hunk directly.
Was already showing signs of internal collapse. Rival branches competing.
Oh yeah, wait, hold on. Here we go. This might explain some more. Let's see where this goes, because I'm curious to see where this ends with this.
Researchers guarded their work with paranoia, and loyalty within the company was no longer assumed, it had been enforced. And at the center of that instability was Dr. William Birkin. Birkin was not a disposable.
I forgot about that. I'll let this finish.
Scientist. He was one of Umbrella's most valuable assets, a virologist whose work had pushed the corporation beyond the limits of the T-virus and into something far more dangerous. Beneath Raccoon City, within a sealed underground facility known internally as Nest, Birkin oversaw the development of the G-Virus, a mutagen capable of radical cellular regeneration and uncontrolled evolutionary mutation. Unlike earlier viral projects, G was not designed to produce obedient weapons. It was volatile, aggressive, and resistant to containment. Umbrella tolerated those risks because the potential reward was unprecedented. But Birkin understood his leverage. Despite years of service, he remained excluded from Umbrella's executive inner circle. His research was exploited, his authority limited, and his future uncertain. By the late 1990s, Birkin had come to the same conclusion many Umbrella insiders eventually reached, that his value to the corporation had an expiration date, so he prepared to leave. Umbrella's intelligence apparatus detected Birkin's negotiations with external parties before the transaction could occur. Intercepted communications confirmed that he intended to defect with samples of the G-Virus, offering them in exchange for protection. For Umbrella, this was not betrayal, but theft, and theft would not be tolerated. The corporation's response was immediate and surgical. There would be no negotiations, no public intervention, and no involvement from the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service. This operation would require precision, secrecy, and absolute control. It would require the Umbrella Security Service. USS Alpha Team was activated and assigned a single objective: infiltrate the Nest facility, secure all G-Virus samples, and extract Dr. William Birkin alive if possible. Personnel recovery was secondary. Evidence containment was mandatory. Command of the operation was assigned to Hunk. Umbrella did not send Hunk because he was irreplaceable. It sent him because the mission could not fail. If containment collapsed, if the facility was compromised, if the team was lost, the virus still had to be recovered. And Hunk had demonstrated that he could operate under those conditions. On paper, the operation was routine. Nest was a controlled environment, security systems were intact, and Birkin was isolated. The USS had trained for facility seizures countless times before, but Umbrella's greatest failures always followed the same pattern, which is underestimating the consequences of desperation. The USS Alpha Team entered the Nest facility under full containment protocols. Access points were set behind them.
Why wait for betrayal to hunt him when you could have the hunter present at all times? See, that's what you're hearing about Birkin feeds into my theory even more, and I didn't even know about, because I forgot. There's so many games out there, by the way, that are like arcade games and like little not animations, but like Netflix series. They're all canon, by the way. So the thing is that you saw how there was a scene that you don't get to see in most Resident Evils. It was probably in another rail shooter. It was probably the Wesker one. There was one that literally played Wesker in that rail shooter. And it was all about his journey in collecting the viruses. Well, that's probably what that scene was from, because I recognize that scene where he's walking with Birkin and talking to him. Pretty sure it's from the same game. But, what was I going to say? If you look at that portrayal, what Birkin ended up doing, what you're seeing the after effect right here of, is you could argue that makes kind of sense. Because they're like, we don't want another Birkin on our hands, so they're like, make sure you have Hunk on his ass, like, at all times. We want him there if something goes down. So it's, it kind of makes sense. Because if you think about it, Hunk was sent in after they found out Birkin was going to share secrets with outside places.
Surveillance systems were overridden. External communication was restricted to mission-critical channels only. Umbrella intended for this operation.
I always forget to full screen it. Y'all need to yell at me.
Hunk led the advance. The team moved with practiced efficiency, clearing corridors, securing laboratories, and disabling security systems without resistance. And by the time they reached Birkin's primary research chamber, the facility was already functionally under their control. From Umbrella's perspective, the operation was unfolding exactly as planned. Eventually, Birkin was confronted.
Now, this is where you get to see why he transformed. The only way, like, most people don't realize, we never got to see this in 2. You first time you see Birkin, he's already transformed in his first level. You're in Operation Raccoon City, if you've never played that. That story, by the end of it, shows all of that. Along with Hunk and everything.
He complied. However, he refused. For Birkin, the G-Virus was not merely corporate property. It was his life's work, the culmination of decades of research and personal sacrifice. And when faced with extraction, he resisted, attempting to defend himself with a sidearm. In the confusion that followed, one of the Alpha Team operatives opened fire. Birkin was critically wounded, which was not the intended outcome.
Yeah, Hunk was pissed. Because he could have probably taken that gun out of his hand and punched him unconscious. If you think about how good Hunk is, a handgun is not even going to come close to his skill. He would have been way faster than Birkin ever could have been, but he had rookies with him.
This protocol required the recovery of both the virus and its creator, but the priority was clear. With Birkin incapacitated, Alpha Team secured the viral samples and began their withdrawal. The situation was logged as a partial deviation, but not yet a failure. What Umbrella did not account for, though,
Is that he
was
had
Birkin's
one.
final contingency. Unbeknownst to the team, a backup sample of the G-Virus remained on his person. Mortally wounded and aware that extraction was no longer possible, Birkin injected himself with the virus. The transformation that followed was immediate and catastrophic. His body rejected human limits entirely.
Which is where you see him in Resident Evil 2.
Into a bioorganic entity driven by regeneration, aggression, and instinct. By the time Alpha Team reached the sewer systems beneath the facility, Birkin was no longer human. The creature pursued them relentlessly through the tunnels, pushing the operatives one by one, and standard weapons proved ineffective. Defensive formations collapsed, communications failed, and within minutes, the mission had devolved into survival. Every member of USS Alpha Team was killed. Every member except one. Hunk escaped with a single recovered sample. During the assault, viral containers were damaged. T-virus material released into the sewer ecosystem was consumed by local wildlife, spreading rapidly beyond containment boundaries. Rats carried the infection into Raccoon City's infrastructure, contaminating the water supply.
Which, by the way, that's how the outbreak actually happened. That's how the outbreak started in Raccoon City, is that right there. It's ironic because that's a huge reference to how the Black Plague spread, with all the corpses, and the rats were eating the corpses and then spreading the virus.
And accelerating the outbreak before Umbrella could respond. And at that moment, Umbrella had lost control of Raccoon City.
He 100% let them die. 100%. 100%. He knew that he had the sample. They were expendable.
The mission parameters had not
Plus, the rookies already screwed up by shooting Birkin in the first place.
The team was gone, the facility was compromised, and the city above was descending into chaos. But the objective remained active: recover the asset and survive long enough to extract. And so, alone beneath a collapsing city, Hunk continued.
Which that's kind of what you play in the challenge. You're essentially in the little DLC where you play as Hunk in the Resident Evil 2 remake. It's essentially his escape operation at the beginning. His operation actually takes place as Raccoon City is starting to devolve into the chaos that you will come into for Leon's beginning of the story. But ironically, that whole timed little challenge where you're trying to get through is him escaping the city to get the sample out of there. So technically, you know what's even scarier? That means that the G sample, or the G virus sample, had already left Raccoon City before Leon even got there. Means that Umbrella had... This shows you how efficient Hunk is. He had already recovered their biggest thing they needed before any other thing had happened. Now we're on to the next one.
Mission Nestrecker, Raccoon City entered freefall. The contamination that began beneath the city spread faster than Umbrella's models had predicted. Hospitals reported violent outbreaks within days. Civil infrastructure collapsed. Law enforcement units were overwhelmed and abandoned. By the time quarantine measures were considered, the infection had already saturated the population. But through it all, Hunk remained below ground, with Alpha Team eliminated and command channels fragmented.
That's this whole challenge mode.
He reverted to independent operation. The sewers offered concealment from the chaos above, but they were no longer secure. Bioorganic weapons had escaped from Umbrella facilities, the wildlife mutated, and hostile entities moved freely through maintenance tunnels and transit routes. Extraction was no longer guaranteed, and for several days, Hunk operated without confirmation of recovery.
That shows you how that shows you how scary you should be scared of this character. Dude operated for several days, didn't care, kind of assumed that maybe I might be left behind. This might be a dusted deal, but I have a mission. I'm going to continue it and get out of this city myself if I have to. Dude's crazy. But here's something else of why... You see that gun he's using, right? I still have my hunches, but I'm not going to say it yet. Because I want to see what 9 does with this first. Especially if there is a hint that he's coming back. Because, have you noticed Hunk disappeared after 5? I will say that, right? He could have saved them and took out that tyrant. Oh, 100%. He probably could have killed Birkin in mutated form. But there was no point. That wasn't the mission. That's why you have to deal with him as Leon. Thanks, Hunk. You could have killed it. But it's like, but let me say something weird, right? Why has there not been any sign of Hunk since Resident Evil 5? Now, you get where I might be going with this. Now, I still think they're separate entities until I get more evidence of this. But I think we have the wrong blonde guy. People used to think Leon was Hunk. But I'm like, well, yeah, but why would you extract just to go back into some random police officer? And it's like, so... if you... like I said, this gun is a huge hint for me towards something unusual. But I'm still not gonna grasp onto that one because it's a lot too thin and too shaky of a ground to confirm that. But confused why Umbrella didn't send him after Leon. Well, Leon technically, well, think about this okay. Here's where my, once again, my assumption of what's going on. They probably could have sent him after Leon, but I think until after Resident Evil 4, Umbrella was still predominantly controlled by Wesker / Spencer. And once again, have my other hunches as well. But it's not until Resident Evil 5 this all collapses. Wesker dies, hashtag, in a volcano crushed by a boulder. But there's a mysterious, weird vanishing of Hunk's character entirely after 5. So, I don't want to jump out on that bridge yet, but there's a couple of things that just are lining up. There's also its body mass and height kind of matches. And I'm like, that's a bit odd. But, because how else would you program someone like this? My brain's like, he's either a part of the program as the same as a certain someone, or he is a certain someone. And the reason for I say that is this whole explanation we've heard for him as well keeps feeding into that of, yeah, this ain't some normal operative. He somehow knows how to perfectly handle each of these situations. He survived far more training on the Rockwell Island than any of the other USS Umbrella operatives. He's also seems to favor a Desert Eagle. Along with a little MP. I do like the MP5. But the other thing is the precision and commitment to knowing that it might be a couple of days. His avoidance of the infection. His knowledge of how to destroy it. Like I said, he could have killed Birkin easily. But that wasn't part of the mission. Who else wields the Desert Eagle? And that's why I said they're either part of the same program, and Hunk might be another Wesker, and I don't mean literally from the same program. Now, I do have a hunch it could be him, that Hunk also was Wesker, and that this was his way of infiltrating certain areas without people knowing who he was, and that he would only show his face to those he needed to pretend to be Wesker. But that's still a bit of a stretch. I think the more likelihood is they're trained in the same program. Both Wesker and Hunk himself might be Wesker children, just in the name alone. Because it's because that means that Wesker is a USS. I'm pretty sure Wesker himself is also a USS, agent. Umbrella agent. It's just you never really see this on him because he's installed in STARS. But think about the convenience of that. He's the commander of the STARS unit that betrays Chris Redfield in the first game. when they go to the Arkley Mountains, where the main lab is, that's separated from the nest lab that's beneath the city for the greater experiments. The T virus was created in the Arkley Mountains. The G virus was created by Birkin inside the city. So, Resident Evil 5 remake is going to be interesting. That's why I hope they do it. There hasn't been any talks of it yet, but I really think they need to. That and Code Veronica. I think they're both important. Veronica especially, because you'll get to see more about the Ashcroft bloodline, not just Elisa Ashcroft. Because she's not the only Ashcroft, and I'm very baffled people don't remember this, or just kind of forgot this. Or maybe here's my issue with a lot of gamers and a lot of, like, game reviews today. They only cover what the cutscenes show them. They don't look at the files, because you know how a lot of gamers are. Oh, I don't want to read shit in gaming. Which I get, but because most people aren't lore hounds like I am. But a lot of the files in Code Veronica talk about the Ashcroft bloodline and family. That it's not just Alyssa. She's like the removed daughter of the Ashcroft family. There's two daughters. There's the one that works for the corporation, and then there's the one that broke off from the family at childhood and became who's known as Alicia Ashcroft, who was that reporter you saw earlier. So, like I said, all of this ties back to these programs that keeps referencing the Wesker children. And I think that's what the Iris program is. We'll see, or the Iris whatever thing that we're seeing in this new one. Plus, the doctor in that picture, or that's the main, so far, the main antagonist that we're seeing in Resident Evil 9, the guy with the goggles that's trying to hunt down Grace, he's in a photo you can find in Resident Evil 1. So, you see how this is all coming full circle. I still wonder, but now we've got hints that you might see good old Hunk returning in this one, and I'm like, But so we'll see how this goes, though. But let's finish off the Hunk video.
Ammunition, avoided prolonged engagements.
Wesker fight with improved engine. It would be so much harder, but so much more fun. I imagine that fight would be annoying as hell with an improved engine. He'd be so much faster. You'd have to be so much quicker. But I have a feeling it'd be way more fun.
Navigated routes that minimized exposure. The viral sample remained secure, and the mission remained active. Eventually, a surviving USS pilot had established contact. The extraction plan was improvised and fragile. Raccoon City's perimeter was collapsing, and higher authorities had already begun discussing irreversible containment options. The window for recovery was closing rapidly, and Hunk was given a single route, from the sewer system through the Raccoon City Police Department to an exposed extraction point beyond the quarantine line. The path was compromised, heavily infested, and actively patrolled by Umbrella's own experimental weapons, assets deployed for data collection rather than rescue. The city had become a testing ground, and Hunk advanced alone. He encountered infected civilians.
Also, you heard that, right? Some of those BOWs didn't even exist down there naturally. They were released on purpose because they said, well, this is already a giant crap fest. Let's go ahead and test some more of these experiments out.
Escaped bioorganic weapons, and at least one mass-produced tyrant unit, an entity designed to surpass human limits entirely. The engagement was brief.
Although I have a theory, let me rewind that real quick. I have a theory let me show it real quick. That right there. I have a theory that this is actually Birkin, and like close to his final form before he goes after Leon at this point. Because remember, Hunk was here for days trying to sneak out of these sewers in this underneath the city to get to his extraction.
Weapons, at least one mass-produced tyrant.
That's why I don't believe that he's Leon like people used to think. I'm like, there's no way, because some of this happened, some of Hunk's days happened at the same time Leon was heading towards Nest in the reverse direction and saving Sheridan Birkin.
An entity designed to surpass human limits entirely. The engagement was brief and violent, and survival depended not on defeating the threat, but on enduring it long enough to escape. And time was no longer an abstraction. As strategic decisions escalated beyond Umbrella's control, Raccoon City was designated for total eradication. All recovery operations
DMC Vert 1 virtual hard mode level boss, it probably will be.
terminated, and if Hunk failed to reach the extraction point, the sample would be lost with the city. At this point, the pilot prepared to leave, and Hunk ordered him to go. It wasn't a gesture of defiance or sacrifice, it was simply procedure. Mission failure through hesitation was unacceptable. Survival of remaining personnel took precedence if extraction could not be achieved. But regardless of the orders, the pilot eventually returned. And moments before the city was destroyed, Hunk emerged from the ruins and boarded the helicopter. The viral sample was secured, and the operative recovered. The mission, by Umbrella standards, was complete. Raccoon City was erased, and Hunk survived. In the aftermath, public narratives focused on catastrophe, negligence, and tragedy. Umbrella faced scrutiny unlike anything it had encountered before. Investigations began, and assets were seized, and the corporation's immunity was collapsing.
Oh, this picture. It's actually a reference to the other picture. If this is the original one, they did update it, but I think it's this guy who's the one that's chasing Grace. No, tell me, chat. Look at this guy's, like, shaved head looking head with... He's not wearing shade. Actually, is he? He might be. So it's like not obvious who this shape of this character kind of resembles, but you know, this is why I think Wesker's involvement is way more than people think. He is either a direct, once again, USS agent secretly posing as multiple roles, depending on how deep his cover needed to be, or he might be Spencer himself and that the old man running the company is a cover. There's two ways that goes. Either way is just as fun.
But within Umbrella's internal records, the outcome of Operation Nestwrecker was logged with clinical
He will never not wear those shades, exactly.
The objective was recovered in the
But I think it's to cover up his eyes, to be fair. I actually think he has to wear them, almost like Cyclops, because his eyes are the only thing that didn't stay human on his normal person. Because the first time you ever see him without his glasses, his eyes are red. Automatically. So... I think he does that to keep the notice of what he is down.
Right.
Kind of like, and here's the other thing. Romantically, think about the relation to that. Wesker's eyes are naturally red. Hunk's goggles in the USS agent unit and mask use red fillings.
Next was irrelevant as always. Hunk did not disappear with the destruction of Raccoon City, but from that point forward, his presence became increasingly difficult to trace. The Umbrella Corporation entered its final decline in the years following the outbreak. Government investigations stripped away its immunity. Facilities were raided or abandoned, and research divisions collapsed under legal and military pressure. Entire branches were
Hold on. Let me rewind what that said about Chris real quick. Make sure I didn't miss anything there.
final decline in the years following the outbreak.
I think that's from
Government
Resident Evil 1, right?
investigations stripped away its immunity. Facilities were raided.
The Talos Project Umbrella placed so much faith in has failed.
Abandoned, and research divisions
However,
collapsed.
Chris and the others were a little too quick to pat themselves on the
Under
back.
legal and military pressure. Entire branches were
It was not by justice or fate that would prevail against Umbrella that day.
dissolved as assets were seized and personnel scattered. This
No, it went away.
seized and personnel scattered.
No, it was only with my help that they were able to succeed. I wonder.
The system that had produced Hunk was breaking apart. Within this instability, the Umbrella Security Service continued to operate in fragments. Records from late 1998 indicate that Hunk was assigned to at least one additional transport operation, involving sealed cargo transferred between Umbrella facilities. Details regarding the contents were deliberately withheld, even from the operative assigned to secure it. The mission was completed without incident. What remains significant is not the operation itself, but the report that followed. For the first time in surviving documentation, Hunk formally noted concern regarding the lack of operational transparency.
Oh.
He identified the risk posed by transporting unknown assets without appropriate preparation, and warned that such practices endangered personnel. personnel unnecessarily. But this warning was simply ignored. Umbrella's collapse accelerated. By the early 2000s, its remaining facilities were either destroyed, seized, or rendered inoperable. The corporation declared bankruptcy, its leadership vanished, and its research archives were scattered into the hands of rival organizations and state actors. Hunk's name does not appear in the legal proceedings that followed. There are no records of his arrest, no documentation of his death, and no confirmed affection or allegiance. Like many of Umbrella's most sensitive assets, he simply ceased to exist on paper. This absence has fueled speculation, but speculation is unnecessary. Hunk was never tied to Umbrella by ideology. He was a function of its structure. When that structure collapsed, the function adapted or vanished. Whether he continued operating within other organizations or withdrew entirely is irrelevant to the role he played, because Hunk was not defined by loyalty to Umbrella. He was defined by survivability within systems that consumed everything else. Umbrella had failed not because its soldiers were inadequate, but because it treated them as interchangeable components. It assumed that discipline and secrecy could replace accountability, that operatives could be discarded without consequence. Hunk survived because he was conditioned to do so, and in the end, Umbrella created countless monsters, but its most effective weapon was a man who outlived the machine that built him.
The mission objective takes priority over everything else. Holding to that principle is why I have never failed a mission.
You can see his face, but I can't really tell what he looks like. I mean, I could speculate so many faces in that. That's not enough to go by. But I mean, he does have that kind of, almost kind of actually. I don't want to go this far because I don't think this makes any sense either. Kind of looks like Chris a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But I can't tell with that. That's not enough graphic to tell.
The death cannot die.
Yeah, the death cannot die. I mean, you know what's even scarier? I could even say tinfoil hat with someone that strong and disappeared that easy. One could argue maybe he's actually you-know-who. No, I don't mean Wesker, I mean the one in charge of it all. But I don't know. There's a lot around him that, I already watched it. But yeah, there's a lot to be said. Like I said, who really knows right now? There's not too, as you just saw, there's not too much to go off of other than speculation and things like that. It's like, did he go on to work for other corporations? Did he vanish? Is he someone else that we know now and we don't really know? It was hard to tell what he looked like in that little jar thing, that little vial it showed him at the end. Hold on. I kind of want to look up something on Google real quick. Hopefully you'll understand what I mean. When did the events in Resident Evil 1 take place? So that's 1998, July 24th to 25th. Keep that in mind, chat. Hold on one second. That could be the game's release, but let's see. When did the events of Resident Evil 2 take place? Yeah, see, that would be impossible then. So he can't be Leo. He can't be Chris. Even if that kind of looked like him, can't be Chris. Because they took place at the same exact time. That's what I kind of figured. That's why I didn't say that. And it didn't go with that because it didn't make any sense. But yeah, basically they took place at the same time. So I guess the thing there is like, well, it can't be Chris then. That's definitely not an option for that to be a thing. So who knows who that could have been? That could have been, and it can't be Wesker either at this point either. I can now eliminate Wesker safely because once again, these both take place at the same time. Wesker couldn't have been at the mansion and underneath Raccoon City escaping with the G-Virus at the same time. That would be impossible. So they're 100% different people. But this now makes it even more worrisome that yes, This proves even more likely that they were the same program, though. That most likely that Hunk is a Wesker child, one of the Wesker children, besides Wesker himself, possibly. So, that is my assumption so far with the Hunk side of things. Is that and that's why I think we're going to see him. And here's the thing. I actually think I wouldn't be against finally doing a face reveal for Hunk, and he becomes Leon's Wesker. Because I think he's the only other character who would carry enough weight that people would jump out of their seats for that. That would become the new fight for Leon to have to deal with. That's a terrible thing to have to deal with. So it's like, especially if he's become openly like Wesker, it's like, okay. And he did say that he expressed concerns in that last trip that he was documented on after everything collapsed, before everything collapsed. So, and once again, if he was answering directly to Wesker as his boss, this would explain why he went silent after 5. His boss died. So what happened to him after that? So it's like, that's why I'm like, is he serving Chris in Blue Umbrella because he respects that he destroyed Wesker? Maybe he sees Chris as a better containment officer, almost like an SCP officer, like a high elite SCP like agent, who's looking at it not from the saving people perspective, but containing threats in a contained environment perspective. So it's like, maybe. Or if Chris, Leon, and Hunk team up, well, that's also could be a hunch, right? That maybe Hunk flipped. Maybe Chris and him created Blue Umbrella because, Hunk would know their inner dealings, right? There's no way Hunk wouldn't know all the dirty goodies on everything Umbrella. So he would, realistically, him and Chris put together, possibly Leon as well, could create an organization that would be able to directly fight this 1-to-1. And with these 3 overpowered dudes running it, you'd be almost argue, how could Umbrella win against that? It's like, which is why I think they keep trying to recreate Wesker. That's what I think they keep going after these children of the families who ran the Umbrella Corporation. Ashcroft's, Spencer's, technically the clone, whatever Jake is, possibly clone of Wesker. I'm not really sure on that one. But it's like, and see, nobody is surviving that team. No, I don't think they are either. But it's like, we've seen too many hints towards certain things that I think that could lead to these kinds of like situations and proofs and things like that could be. Well, we won't know anything till 9. 9's gonna be the make or break of the series, because how long Resident Evil's been going, I almost think they need to bring it to some sort of climax now, or some sort of head, or the series is gonna draw on too much. If you get my drift, like it's gonna end up kind of ruining its own existence. This is why I think Devil May Cry can't have too many more sequels, but it does have a prequel and 2 remakes that it could do. Like, there could be I would love to see a Devil May Cry series based on, or not series, a Devil May Cry game based on Sparta directly. And I would love the remake of 1 and 2. Because I do think the Devil May Cry series, as seeing on that right here, it has its own flair that I think is being ignored as well, to be fair. And it could have a Resident Evil depth to it if they took a little bit more time with it. And it still probably is, and hell, if you did it right, you could argue maybe they could get a few games out of that, and not just 1. No, or not just 3, like 2 remakes and a new one. Because I do think the guarantee of a new game, if you wanted to make a new Devil May Cry, I think the closest way you're going to guarantee that series being good is it needs to cover what Sparta did to keep his sons protected, and what he did when he sacrificed himself to the underworld and to seal the gate to hell, basically. It's like, I feel like that would be a good game. And then you would get to see why Virgil and Dante are so overpowered. Because I really think that what you could do with Sparta you could combine Virgil and Dante's character personality together to create a Sparta-like personality. Plus the weapons too. He would be good with both types. Like he's the original Dark Knight. So, well, not Batman Dark Knight, but you get my point. So, I do think as far as Devil May Cry is concerned, that's a missing take they haven't, grasped onto yet. But as far as Resident Evil, I think Requiem's going to make or break what we see next. So, whether the franchise is drawing on too much, or if they can keep this kind of flowing. I do think it's going to determine on what truly the Iris program or project that this is covering and Leon's infection. As I will note something. Did you note in that one with the Alcatraz it never said Leon got cured of that? So part of me thinks that he's been slowly, which still begs me to differ. How is he able to resist it for so long? And it's like, so that's why I don't think any of them are truly normal. And it's like, but yeah, we never saw anything in the explanation of Leon's history of after the Alcatraz incident. He never got healed from that. So my brain's like, that means he's still infected. So that it could be why we're seeing the infection on his neck in Requiem. Also, I find it strange as hell. I find it strange hell exists in DMC, but not the upstairs. I think it does. I think they're just too scared to touch on that. I think that's what Devil May Cry is also missing, because Dante's mother's not explained either. They say she's a human, but I mean, it's possible, I guess, but because Lady was part human, and we do know that's for certain. But I'm like, I still think, and as you look at what Lucia is, where did Arius get that? What demon has feathers like that? I mean, maybe she's a griffin? Maybe she's based off a griffin? Is all I could say is why her she looked like she had angel wings instead of demon wings? Like Dante and Virgil and most of the others have, or Sparta? So there is a bit of a question I've always had for Devil May Cry's universe that it kind of does ignore. Especially since it's originally probably inspired by Dante's Inferno. The biblical story. So it does make me kind of question and wonder, I wonder what really does play into that. It's like, and why do they not? I think it's probably fear, if I had to guess anything. It's a touchy subject when you start involving the upstairs versus the downstairs. No one cares what you do with the downstairs one. The upstairs one's a little more touchy, and people might take it offensively. Now, most people who play games like me and all that aren't going to look at it that way. But I think even in today's time, a lot of companies are still a little brazen with certain things where they're a little afraid because they're trying to give in to certain cultures that don't even play these games to begin with. There is a worry that some people are saying that the new one might have a little bit of these problems, but I haven't seen it yet. I don't think it will. I think people are jumping to the conclusion because they're like, oh no, Grace is one of the protagonists. This means the game might be woke. And I'm like, people forget that Ashley was also a protagonist. And technically, what's her name from 6, who was also his partner in that, also a protagonist. Sheva from 5, also protagonist. It's like, this isn't something new for Resident Evil. That's why I don't look at it that way. It's like, I think the people are... And it is proving that true that it's not that at all, because the trailers have shown what that is. What that game's going to be like, but... I think it's just... It's the ignition of everything going on in today's world that we didn't get to discuss today because we didn't have enough people here to kind of go into a full-blown discussion. If demons are invading, you know damn well upstairs ain't sitting and just watching that happening. Well, I guess the assumption is you'd have to explain, if you ever wanted to incorporate that, there's 2 ways to play this safely. Either the upstairs is not allowed to intervene, and because humans brought the demons to the human world, because Mundus just didn't come there. Remember in the story of Sparta, it said the humans were worshipping the demon lords, including Mundus before Sparta became a thing. So one could argue, what if upstairs abandoned Earth? Because we started worshipping the wrong side too much. You could play that route, Or you could play the safe route, kind of like how, what was that game called? Darksider, right? Darksider's the one with the horsemen. That was about the 4 horsemen with war, death, and all that. You could explain it in the way that maybe, even though this is still might be a little bit touchy for this one more than the first one I said, maybe heaven was defeated and it was destroyed by Mundus. There's a few things you could probably put in there that maybe make that sense. And maybe that's why Sparta saw that the humans were being... maybe this explains why Sparta was one of the first to rise back up as a immortal being, because he remembered what it was to protect the humans as entities like what they represent versus manipulating them. So there's many things you could do with that, but none of that technically is explained at all. That doesn't exist, or at least officially does not exist in the Devil May Cry universe for some reason. Just downstairs, no upstairs, so it's weird. That's why I think a Sparta story would be good, because you could probably cover that. You could probably incorporate things like that in that Sparta origin game that you didn't get to before, to explain why are the demons so in control of the human world? Why are the humans so worshipping of these creatures versus, the man upstairs? How did this happen? This not, I mean, it's like I said, unless you explain that's just not a thing in that universe and that it never existed and that humans always worshipped demons and they didn't know it. There's many ways you could go with it, but just the fact that there's no explanation at all has always been strange. I just don't think they knew what they wanted, like I said when we were playing 2 and 1. I don't think they knew what they wanted story-wise for Dante or Virgil fully until Devil May Cry 3. So, it totally existed. Hello, James. Welcome. Which we will be wrapping up here soon if we're going to have time to do some Devil May Cry tonight and cover a little bit of it for some fun. We, unless y'all are too tired, I'll let y'all decide that. But, or go the Trench Crusade route and have angels be so unrelentingly powerful their presence in the mortal world would cause devastation. Could be that too. Maybe they're so strong they can't exist in physical realm, that the demons actually are kind of have an advantage, or not an advantage, disadvantage technically, but advantage in the fact that they're lower, so they can exist on human presence like physical type, realities. I got tonight and tomorrow off. Oh, nice. Tomorrow. Okay, we'll see if we can do something tomorrow then. Because I don't have anything really planned for tomorrow. Today was the main day for the vlog. But thanks for letting me know, James. We'll do something tomorrow. We'll figure it out. So we definitely need to try to do some Devil May Cry before it gets too late then, because it's almost 8 o'clock. But, because we can start by 8:15, then we'll have at least up till 10:30, 11 to try to get through a level or two. But I do think that would be an interesting take too, that they just can't exist in the physical realm, so they can't help in that fashion. That they only maybe blessed with light, maybe one of them intervened, and that's what made Sparta what he is. Like maybe one came to Sparta and told him that, the truth. Who knows? There's so many things. I have to write once again, since this doesn't exist. This is just me making conjecture. So, it's I don't know. I do not know. Could be any of those ways you could take it. That's why I think a Sparta origin game would be pretty good for if they want to keep the franchise trucking a little bit, and then remake 1 and 2 to match the events of Devil May Cry 3. Because then at least, because then you could arguably, once again, let's say they did want to make Lucia Nero's mother. Well, then make Devil May Cry 2 about Virgil, and that he's the one that helped her during that time of his life, and that's how Nero became a thing when he returned from the underworld before he went mad. Because then you could argue that maybe 2 is before 3. Because here's the thing, 2 is unusual. 2 is so removed. Devil May Cry 2 is so bloody removed from the entire franchise that one could argue that you could probably redo that whole game and no one would care. Like, no one would get mad at that. Because Devil May Cry 2 is already considered the worst in the franchise. Right? So, you could literally change that game to be before 3, be about Virgil meeting Lucia and fighting the Tower of Torment and Arius. And maybe this even gives him the idea, or he meets Arkham at the very end, which is the clown boy that we already saw in the first episode. Because we made it just far enough to see Dante's first interaction with him last episode. But I'll spoil this because it's an older game. That's Arkham, just in a different form. That's basically Arkham's demon form. Which is very odd. I would not want to be a demon who transforms into a jester-looking clown demon. That'd be terrible. And it's like, so you can kind of argue, maybe that's why Arkham is so messed up in the head. If you were a jester-like clown demon, and you're probably meant to entertain higher-up elite demons, you'd probably feel pretty insulted. And go pretty crazy. He kind of has like a Joker mentality, which you'll see as we go forward. See, they don't have to show angels directly, just hint at their presence influencing the world. Well, I would be accepting, like you said, just them saying that one of these entities approached Sparta. That's why Sparta turned on the rest of his demon kind. For the humans. Or maybe, here's why I think it'd even be better. I think it should be that maybe Dante's mother was the only angel that was in human form. Because maybe that should be, or you could play it like this. Maybe the angels that exist on Earth have to give up their immortality and become human. Or mortals. But they still possess a portion of their magical powers. Kyrie's kind of a hint towards this as well. If you look at Kyrie's story, which I'm not going to talk too much about her yet, until we get to Devil May Cry 4 and we see Nero's introduction, which we will be focusing more on this time, and the things we didn't get to see before 5 ever became a thing. And we truly found out Nero is the son of Virgil, as we kind of anticipated in 4, when you see certain scenes happen in that. But Kyrie is the other oddity that I'm like, I have a hunch that if the angels exist, they either have such a Star Trek mentality of peace that they only use magic in defensive portions and areas, and that they live among humans and basically just have children. That's my other theory on this, because of Dante's mother, her influence on Sparta, and in what Kyrie did for Nero in the same way. Because you could argue Kyrie and Nero might be a representation of what Sparta and Dante and Virgil's mother were like, right? So I'm kind of going to be using them as a huge example when we get to 4 on what my theory for Sparta's life was. But still don't know all of the rest yet, though. Might not never, depending on if we get any more Devil May Cries or not. But but either way. But we'll get to that. But I wanted to show off that Leon backstory thing since we didn't get to do any seriousness. Also, Farseer, you didn't get to see it, but I'm going to rewind this real quick. There's something I'm going to be doing on, it looks like I'm going to be joining you in Pain City for a little while coming soon. We'll wait till Dawn of War gets a little closer and we're able to start the Dawn of War series, but I'm going to be joining you in Pain City because something has dropped that has caught my attention. Now, you told me about this already somewhat, but there's one for the second sequel that is quite entertaining.
So we have a really good chance.
So note what you're looking at and what they're shooting at. And what this menu is that you've probably got burned into your retinas by now. I just want to show that real quick, just to show the mechanics of this game, but yeah. But this game, and along with the Starship Troopers Boomer Shooter,
Campaign. Pretty good. 7.
What? Chaos Marines!
Now, let's pray this doesn't
Lag.
activate these guys over here. Because that would be very awkward. Fantastic, it didn't. This guy can be very difficult to hit.
Yep.
However,
That was a lot of lag in this video, though.
send it? Oh, not quite. Not quite. Alright, well. We might end up taking a hit on our first mission, which would be rather unfortunate. So, I think what we're going to do, we're going to mark this man. We are going to... Yeah, this is going to be tough. So we're going to move up, and we're going to see what we can't do here. I would love to get in...
Oh, that's not a good percentage in XCOM. I mean, he got some damage.
I'd love to get in melee range, but that is not happening right now. Let's try to get a kill here. Perfect. A little underwhelming.
Yeah. I know this mod. Yeah, it's like, so I was quite surprised to see this. I'm like, oh yeah, we're doing that. And to show a little bit of the craziness, obviously you got a certain vampire cult as well. You got most of the chaos in here, because we got... let me find the corn one first, show that. Not sure what faction this is. I'm not used to this blue faction. I know it's probably another Zeech one, but the main Zeech one is in here. That's not what I wanted. Where's that Nurgle one at? Nurgle Marines. And of course, Corn Marines. And then, where is it? The nightmare that haunts us all. Nope, not that. Hold on. The nightmare that haunts us all. The Thousand Suns. So, the Advent to Tau mod is better. Oh, really? Okay, we'll have to try that. Blue guys are Alpha Legion. They're random. Okay. So, that's pretty cool. That I do like this, though. Like, I like that there's a lot of the Chaos ones in here, but... I don't know. I'd have to see what available. Like you said, the one that makes some of the towels a little bit better. But I'm down with either. But I say this is pretty cool. I've always wanted to try this with 2. I did this with XCOM, the original UFO Defender, where I created I installed a really old Warhammer mod for it that makes you be able to choose different factions. Now I doubt this one's that crazy where you get to do different factions. But I'm down with just all the different, like, recruits and stuff. And, like, them being basically Chaos Marines. And Marines like that and stuff. Like, this is his squad right here, apparently, that he's set up. So. Chainsword right hand, heavy bolter, bolt rifle, yeah. So, the weapons are in there, which is nice. I do appreciate that, too. Because sometimes it's just skins and they're using the guns from the game, but I appreciate there's actual bolters. But we'll definitely be checking that game out, closer to Warhammer. They're loyal to the Emperor, Chaos, both, none, and has a Primarch that don't have a Primarch. Yeah, I've heard a lot about them, that they are the... One could say the CIA of Warhammer. That they're kind of like, alright, good luck, who knows? Whose side are they on? Their own. They're basically Umbrella. It's like they fight for only themselves, one could argue, at the end of the day. Not Chaos, not truly the Emperor, not even them, some of their own elites. So... But I am interested in checking that out, and of course the Starship Troopers. We'll just rewind for a little bit of gameplay. And there's of course the Starship Troopers boomer shooter game that I'm definitely going to be playing at some point as well. But because this game looks really awesome as well, so we're going to definitely be checking this out. There's so many cool little games coming out. That's why I do wish that there was a little bit more in the front of Alien love. Alien Xenomorph love. That's why I hope we really get to see better stuff come out. Dark Descent was okay, but once again, they didn't deliver to me appropriately in the AI department. Their AI is really bad. They did a lot of cheap tricks to make it difficult instead of making it smarter. So, which we will be finishing that once Alien resurfaces as well. But we will be doing it on easy, on purpose, so that way we can see the story at least. Because that story, I really love the story for it. That's what makes it sad. It's got a really good lore and story with, what's his name, our captain, and of course our Lady Wayland professor, and it's like in things that happen in that. It's a really good game, but the problem is the mechanics hold it back greatly. So, or it's AI mostly, especially on normal. We're talking about even on normal difficulty, because the AI will literally cheat at times, where you're going to have to deploy almost on purposely too much, or redeploy constantly just to get a couple of crates sometimes. Like, you have to armchair it sometimes on purposely. Like, that one time I did it, that was a joke, because I didn't want to leave that turret behind, but at the same time, there are times the game forces you to do this on purpose, where you just can't keep going, or you're going to lose too much, you need to go back, but you're now risking, but if I go back, this is the last day before the infestation grows in strength and what it can send at me. So, I do think that its own AI was a little bit of a problem. Like, it didn't allow for the player to be good at stealth when they needed to be. Sometimes it just felt like it forced fights. Like being in a room that a Xeno never saw you go into. You seal the door, but the cheap mechanic for the Xeno is, the door is sealed, I need to automatically punch this door. Knock, knock. And I'm like, what is that? And I'm like, so it's like, sadly. Warning, that is an XCOM level real-time tactics game. Did you ever look at the Terminator Dark Fate RTS? I never got to really check it out yet, no. Is a warning, that is an XCOM level real-time tactics game. It sounds fun. We definitely need, hold on, let's look that up then. Let's check that right now, actually. What's it called? Terminator... Terminator Dark Fates. Terminator Dark Fates. Conquest mode. That's by XP Gamers. That's an hour. Hold on. I'm about to say RTS game. Because this clearly is the game, but I want something more of a trailer than a full gameplay video. Hold on. Terminator Dark Fates RTS game. Oh, Dark Fate Defiance. There it is. No commentary gameplay. And no, that's a let's play. That's a review. Hold on, let's try to look at a trailer. Wrong button. Terminator Dark Fates Defiance trailer. Yeah, so this would be a good one from IGN. Because I've seen bits of this, but I never got to play it myself. Oh, it does look really good. Like, I've always wanted to try this game out. But just the animations, the fact you can see people being dropped off on roofs, that I assume is in gameplay as well. And there's just so much to this. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. I definitely, like I said, I do want to check that out. Is the show official gameplay trailer? Is this the same thing? Or... Oh, no, here we go. So how long is this? This is 2 minutes. Alright, the fact that there's an Abrams in the squad and Strikers, I assume this is the Resistance. Fighting either Skynet or Legion. Yeah, that looks really cool. check out this little short gameplay trailer of it, or gameplay reveal. I think once again, with this being somewhat of an RTS as well, we'll probably do this at the same time we start to really focus on Warhammer again. The artillery is insane. Oh. Oh, nice. Ah, yep, the units can get on top of the building. I like that. That's cool. So there's quite a lot of strategy to that little RTS. That looks really awesome. Yeah, I never got to play it myself, but it definitely looks awesome. Ooh, it's already 8:06. Okay. So I'm going to get off here for right now, chat. We're going to go ahead and wrap up the vlog for now, so we can switch over to Devil May Cry 3. Do some more of that. And then tomorrow should be it sounds like it should be a co-op between me and the Mad Lad. Big shout out to Mad Lad James. And in his channel and show his channel some love as well. Now he's back up and running. We'll probably either be doing Core Keeper or something tomorrow. We'll figure it out. Something will happen tomorrow. You see, every death matters in this game, since it's more realistic and you don't have infinite troops. That did look like he was being very conservative. Kind of like, what was that, Blitzkrieg? It's an old World War II game that kind of plays like that. You have to kind of win with the units the game gives you on the campaign missions, because it's meant to represent, it's not like you're just going to get infinite resources to fight this fight. So you have to win kind of with what you were given. So those are a lot harder, but I do find the fun in them though. They do get pretty good if you can take your time with them and learn that there is heavy loss that can happen if you screw up. And accept when it does happen and just try again. So it does look pretty cool though. Definitely we're gonna have to check it out and see how it plays. I want to see how each of the factions play, and how, or if you're allowed to do that with each of them. Because that's the one that lets you play as all of them, right? Or is that one more of a narrative-driven one? I assume it lets you play as each of them. I wouldn't mind playing as Skynet, kind of being stuck in the middle between the Resistance and what Legion is. Although Legion sounds fun too. Founders are my favorite faction, since they're the military remnant faction. Ah, okay. That must be the one that was showing, the one with the Abrams and all that, I assume. It's the movement or the standard resistance movement or the standard resistance faction. Ah, so there must be so there's a few different even human factions. There's like even 2 different human factions. That's cool too, because it gives you a little bit more playability. Not just for the robots, but for the people too. That's cool. I like that. We'll definitely be checking that out. I've got to keep, once again, things on a certain kind of dynamic. So we'll put that, I'll add that to the list for all the other stuff that's going to be happening with Warhammer. Because there's going to be a few things that are going to be going on around Warhammer. That'll be RTS based, turn based, and a couple of shooters here and there. So Legion is the best to play as. I imagine they are. They're probably the easiest too. And it's like, so It's like they're like the Malik's level of things, so they probably are. But alright, chat. I'm gonna leave it here for tonight, for the moment, or for as far as the vlog. We're gonna move over to Devil May Cry 3, do a little bit of that tonight. Just in case we don't get to do any of that tomorrow. Plus, after my co-op with James tomorrow, we're gonna be trying to do some Front Mission 3. Because like I said, Arc Knights and Front Mission 3 are coming back into full swing this weekend. Friday will still be Uma Musume, but it'll probably be a double episode, meaning it'll be Uma Musume followed by probably Arc Knights or something else. Or another Front Mission. Because we're going to be focusing hardcore on that now, because I need to get ready to switch gears to more of a scary-oriented time and somewhat horror-based genres. So, just to, be prepared. And I have a couple in mind that I'm thinking about. There's a series I'm watching right now that I might not finish, because I might want to play it myself. But I'll see. I'll see if I'd rather do that or just do the remake of a certain something that came out for that side of things, as its original competitor was that game. So. But we'll be checking out some stuff for that and seeing where we go from there. But I want to say thank you to everyone who has been watching the series so far we got going on with Devil May Cry, completing its entire series. That's not going to change. Devil May Cry is going to go until we beat all the way to 5, even if it bleeds over into the horror genre with Resident Evil. So, let's see, there's an unplayable cyborg faction called the Interrogators, who's both human and reprogrammed Legion. Whoa. Why are they unplayable? That's cool. I guess that'd be too broken. But that would be but that does sound fun. Maybe in a DLC down the road if the game ever did, or it does well. That'd be cool. But, alright, chat. I'm going to wrap it up here. If y'all want, we can always continue on these conversations over in Devil May Cry 3 if you want to talk more about it for tonight. But I'm going to hop over onto that before it gets too late. And then we'll do that for tonight and prepare for tomorrow. And I hope everyone has enjoyed tonight's little vlog. It wasn't too much. This wasn't a big episode, one that really you could say. Mostly gameplay teasing and talking about Leon's past and honor and getting some backstory for what we're going to be going into soon. So, just to refresh the mind. Get my crazy Wesker brain fired back up and ready to go. There's a DLC coming where you're working with them. So maybe they'll start making them playable in that one. Maybe. That sounds cool, though. But we'll definitely check that out once we go more back into RTS. I think RTS will be after the horror genre. After we do the Resident Evil stuff and what's going to be around it, we'll probably swing. It depends on if simulators happen. 1 or 2 genres are going to be after that, and this is what I'll say before I end it. It's either going to be real-time strategy focus, depending on which comes out first, Dawn of War or American Truck Simulator, will determine which one happens after the horror genre peak coming at the end of this month. If ATS happens first, it'll be more of a simulator base for a little bit. Probably for a short time. It won't be a long stint for that one. Or, if Dawn of War happens first, then technically the RTS genre / turn-based genre will be focused on first. So. And as far as the Warhammer XCOM one, we'll see which one we go with. I might go with the one Farsi was talking about more. Depends on like what the options are for different choices for it. So once that one occurs, but depending on who comes out first determines where we go with that. So right after the horror genre. Because I have a few horror genre games that I already own that will supplement us with the Return of the Leon, along with one other one that I do want to get. I just got to decide which of the two, which out of the two, because we're not getting both, which out of the two I'm going to get of this other series that's going to be the other main game besides Resident Evil Requiem. Because you can probably guess that that's what this is going towards. After today's episode. So. And see, sorry, was on the phone with someone. What were the options? Well, I was just talking about, where we're going to be going for the XCOM one, whether I go with the one you're using or whether we go more chaos oriented like the one we saw for the video. Depends on which one's better and what our options for XCOM is. But I was talking about which of the two genres that will follow the horror genre that we're going to be going with. And I'm actually going to ask y'all, would you prefer the remake of a certain Silent Hill, or would you prefer Silent Hill F, the one based in Japanese culture, which is more like a Dark Souls Silent Hill? Now that I've seen the combat of that, because I watched a certain someone finally finish his series, but I didn't spoil the ending. I didn't do that on purpose, and I haven't watched the whole series, because I want to see if we're going to do it ourselves first. But it's either go for the remake of a certain number 2 of the Silent Hills as the competitor and co-op partner of the main 2 games that will be for the horror series coming up, which obviously one is Resident Evil Requiem. After today's episode, that's probably obvious. But the other one is going to be its original competitor. But which one would we rather do? Silent Hill F or Silent Hill remake for the 2, Silent Hill 2? I'd wait for more people before I answer the Silent Hill question. That's fine, because we've got plenty of time anyway still. And Resident Evil will happen before Silent Hill happens, so we have plenty of time to answer that question and which one y'all would prefer to see on the channel. I might watch one more episode of see how I feel about it, of a certain someone's series that I watched part of. Not to spoil too much more of it for me, because I haven't gotten to the point in the story that it's revealed anything mind-shattering yet. I have my theories already, but nothing that's been confirmed in watching him play this. So it hasn't spoiled anything yet. Not something that, or especially not anything I can't catch up with on my own if I had it. So I think we'll ask this question tomorrow when we get more people in the stream and we can start earlier. Hopefully. It depends on what I gotta do tomorrow. I've still got, with this IRL stuff, I got a lot to do to get things situated with my new live-in aid that I'm trying to get. So, looking good so far though. I think where things are working out. I'm very happy. The lady we talked to, she seems very awesome, and seems like she could definitely be help me out in this situation and be a good live-in aid. So, and she's a cool person too, and apparently she is also a gamer and some other stuff too. So it's pretty cool. So I'm hoping this is gonna work out, because otherwise I don't really have too many other options, to be fair. So it's like, because there hasn't been anyone else come forward yet. So hopefully this works out. Like I said, keep sending the well wishes and prayers, chat, my way. That this continues to keep working out and things work out for the better for this, and we move in the right direction. So, but as far as the Silent Hill question, I'll let that be a running vote starting right now. So you can also vote if you want yourself right now, Farseer. But I'm gonna be tallying this up total as time goes on. It's between Silent Hill 2 remake and Silent Hill F. So pick your poison fighting space marines and dreadnoughts or Tau battle suits. Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know. Both are pretty bad. But Well, bad in a good way, but also very like, oh man. But what was I gonna say? But yeah, as far as I'm gonna let the vote open up now for Silent Hill, but it'll run all the way till past Resident Evil Requiem. So if people want to go ahead and start voting each episode on which one. So Silent Hill 2 remake, or do we do Silent Hill F as our focus for the Silent Hill series, running alongside Resident Evil once the time comes? I'll let y'all vote on that over time. So, starting tonight, going forward in each episode. Either you can, and also the way to vote, if you know me on PSN, just send me a message on PSN. What your vote is. If you don't, and you're a part of the Guardian Core Discord below in the description below the video. If not, I do recommend joining the Discord. It's not a very big community, but it helps me keep everyone updated easier when things happen on the channel. Or if you just want, you can put it in the comments below the video that I put these votes into, that I can tally up that way and see what everyone voted for. So, you vote remake? Okay, so we already have one for Silent Hill 2 remake. Okay. I will say F is more like a Dark Souls game from what I've seen mechanically. It's very different. Like, Silent Hill remake is still like the original Silent Hill 2, which is basically the cousin to Resident Evil. Whereas F feels like they tried to go Dark Souls-y with it, where you're fighting most of the bosses with melee weapons and stamina bar and like spirit energy, and I'm like, yeah, this seems very Dark Souls-y for a Silent Hill. But I'm not against either. I'll play either of them. But so far we have one vote for remake. But I'll mark that down now. Okay. You see, let me describe how both mods play. Fighting the Imperium is hordes of guardsmen and aimbot space marines, and annoying sisters of battle later on. Oh, okay. What's weird is, why is there no option for the mods to play as the Imperium, right? Is there a mod that lets you do the opposite side? Where you play with the Imperium side, where you can have guardsmen, sister of battle, and space marines in your factions instead of chaos? Or is it always chaos versus either Tau or the Imperium? It's weird that chaos got chosen as the main thing that you're training. Fighting the Tau is fighting the Tau. Meaning you are not safe anywhere on the map. That's true. I don't know. Part of me is like, I almost rather deal with the aimbot space marines, just because I don't know if I could handle just being blasted from off screen. And we all know the Tau are gonna do this to me. Especially in an XCOM scenario. I'm gonna have like my elite Chaos Warrior or whatever, or whoever, just get absolutely removed from existence from a railgun I couldn't see. So you can play as the Imperium. Ooh, okay, we might do that then. I want to play as the Imperium first. I like Chaos, don't get me wrong, but I'd rather play as the Imperium. That way we have more options for certain things. So we might do that version then. Like, don't get me wrong, Chaos is cool, and there's probably a way to get Slanesh units, I assume, like Emperor's Children units, probably for the Chaos side, but I much would rather do Imperium first. But... and then we'll just... but then again, we might have to fight the Tau in that situation, right? Because then you'd either have to fight yourself or fight the Tau. So if we're going to go Imperium, we might have to deal with the Tau's BS. AKA Mr. Reload Your Save. Yeah. But and so YouTube hit my XV88 comment. Oh yeah, the XV88 just removes one of your units. That's what the one I'm talking about. That's the thing I'm worried about the most, is that thing. That thing is gonna probably troll me a few times. But either way, it's already almost 8:30. We'll talk more about this in the next stream and also tomorrow. But I'm definitely excited to do this either way. It doesn't remove units. What do you mean it doesn't remove units? It removes everything in that general direction. Oh! Ah, that's fun. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that problematic thing when we have to deal with one of those. That's going to become top priority every time one of those exists. I will not tolerate that. Oh man, but it's XCOM. We all know what's going to happen at least a couple times. But anyways. But that one's going to be a little further off though, so. But we're definitely going to be checking that out. Oh, and also, when I know you're going to be helping with that with next month, I think you said, Farseer, the RimWorld thing I want to do as well. That's going to be its own project and going to be kind of like Devil May Cry. It's got a special place where it's going to happen no matter what. But either way, buy or not, it's worse. It's worse. It get way worse than that. Ooh. Well, you know what? I'm still down. If it decides to ruin my existence, I'm the one that bit. I'm the one that's like, well, I am jumping into XCOM, so I should know what to expect. Absolute bullshit. But anyways, at least it's the good kind of bullshittery. Even if it cheats you sometimes, at least the cheating is still recoverable from, somewhat. Better than Dark Descent, that's all I'll ever say. Even as painful as it can be. But either way, by or not is what you said, Farseer. I promise that it's not a Tau artillery battle. I almost don't believe you after saying it that specifically. Great. Mortar cannon, basically mortar plasma cannons, I'm assuming. But we'll definitely enjoy it either way, even if we get absolutely obliterated. It'll still be fun. But that'll happen closer to RTS time and Warhammer stuff when it starts to kick in. But until then, I hope y'all all enjoyed tonight. If I don't get to see y'all in our Devil May Cry episode here in a few minutes, I hope that everyone enjoyed tonight's episode and vlog, checking out some video game checkouts and the history of the Leon S. Kennedy himself. Our star of our show coming up soon. Once more, as we all know, when there is a damsel in distress, there is only one man who can be sent in to complete the job. Leon. Oh man, I just had to do that. But anyway. But I hope y'all enjoyed. And if I don't see you in the next one, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace and love, everyone. Until next time. Bye, everybody. Bye. Until next time. Bye.